You want my haircut? I want you to get off the drug addict diet, okay? It's really simple. So you stop diminishing yourself. I don't even recognize my mom anymore because the plants have stole my mom. Get it? They have took my mom away from me. She doesn't look anything like she did when she was young that I remember her. She looks like a stranger when I look at my mom. It's kind of odd. It's weird. My sister got cancer eating the peasant slave food diet as well. She got cancer. She got these stones. She had a couple operations. It's really bad, bro. Even her trying to get over. Now she's scared because I keep telling her, you better eat meat. And I go, you should eat raw. She's like, I cannot eat raw. Okay, don't eat it. Eat this. Keep eating. Keep cooking it unnaturally and see what happens. See, here's the thing. The one thing that that everybody would probably eat naturally is raw milk. You get it in your market, raw milk, you can literally live off of raw milk. All right, so people would be drinking raw milk all day, bro, because they would be healthy, because they don't want to eat raw meat or raw animal products. Ooh, this and that, blah 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 blah. I get all kinds of people that tell me all kinds of shit, but you would be drinking raw milk all day, so you would be a lot more healthier, your hair and everything else. And she'd probably, this whole cancer thing, drinking raw milk, she'd be amazing, because I can't eat raw meat. Okay, whatever. See what I mean? But whatever, bro. So yeah. At least that. But the government doesn't want to give you raw milk because they know that's the one thing that will sustain you, pause the nitrogen balance, make you young and strong, and make you live long. How old is that tiger out there? He looks to me like he's 24 years old. Oh, really? Guess what, guys? He's 85. Holy shit, he's still making babies. No, he's 125. Look, he's still making babies, running around like a young tiger. Whoa, I would have pegged him for 24. Yeah, but he's 125. See what I mean? Bro, age is just a measure of time, but the way you look, that's totally different, bro. See, me, I do what is best for me. Me, I'm working on my look. I'm working on my look now. That's the thing. Because I'm learning all the time, something new. And I don't want to deteriorate like other people. So I'm working on my look. What are you working on exactly? Getting older, looking terrible, more deteriorated? Oh, goal achieved then, get it? So here's the thing. You can't eat this meat and do all these things. Okay, no problem. Keep eating your diet, right? Look in the mirror and you goal achieved. Deterioration, keep exercising the shit out of yourself. Keep thinking you're getting strong, lifting a heavy weight, recruiting motor units. Do all these unnatural, weird things that you're doing, right? Because these are not the things that you would be doing in nature. See, if you crawl up that tree, you're going to get muscle damage. It's going to go through a regeneration. See that? You understand me? When you do things that you're unaccustomed to, you'll go through a regeneration. But if you do things that you're accustomed to, you're degenerating. Every time you do stuff that you are accustomed to doing, you degenerate. Anytime science tells you unaccustomed, unfamiliar forms, untrained muscles, and eccentric exercise, that's associated with regeneration. Now, you coming in often, exercising, is associated with degeneration. Get it, bro? So yeah, and then you wonder why your hair is falling out and why you have unhealthy look, unhealthy hair. Because of that. Okay, dude? I don't know what else to say in that video, man. I hope that helped. See you in the next video, friends. I gotta go. I got things to do. And like, subscribe, support the channel. Helps with the algorithm, Boroski. I hope you got educated. But some people, I digress, they'll get angry. They'll think that this is a hate video. Education is not hate. There's a difference between educating and hating. Hating is a big word. I think you need to investigate what hate really means. Look up the definition of hate and education. They're two different things. Now, your school system could be construed as being, well, you think it's education, but that is actually based on hate because they've separated you from your family, and now they're able to condition you the way they want. That's if you're asking me about hate, that's hate. That's not educating. And when you're giving out bad information to people like the government to fuck you up, that's hate, bro. That's hate when they give out bad information. I'm not giving you bad information. I'm telling you, stay in positive nitrogen balance so you can regenerate faster than you degenerate. Glycation equals degeneration. You need to outpace this degeneration. Outpace it. See you in the next one. Ciao, friends. You know what I'll say? Bigger is always stronger. Have blue cat. See you in the next one. Ciao, friends.
Academy programming, whose discipline went far beyond generic engineering, and whose skill rivaled the greatest warriors of any age. They were the Clone Commandos, the elite sons of Jango Fett, shaped by Mandalorian training, hardened by live fire, and forged for missions no ordinary clone could ever hope to survive. And yet, for all their loyalty to the Republic, for all their precision, sacrifice, and brotherhood, there was one figure at the heart of the Jedi Order and at the heart of the Republic whom they despised more than any separatist general, bounty hunter, or warlord that they ever faced. Mace Windu, the famed warrior of the Republic, master of the Forbidden Form 7, the Jedi who stood on the balcony of Geonosis and signaled the beginning of the Clone Wars, was, in their eyes, the Commandos, not a hero at all. To them, he was a symbol of something worse. He was the man who struck down their father. He was the general whose decisions cost their brothers' lives. He was the Jedi who embodied everything their Mandalorian sergeants had warned them about long before the first shot of the war was ever fired. Greetings, lore junkies, and welcome back to the archives. We are simply acknowledging a truth that the wider galaxy never realized here. That the Republic's most elite warriors, the very soldiers bred to defend its future, viewed one of the most celebrated Jedi Masters with a quiet, enduring hatred and resentment. A hatred born not only from culture, but from experience. A hatred rooted in a single day on Geonosis, the day that their world would forever be changed. But before we understand why Windu became the focus of this resentment, we have to understand who the Clone Commandos truly were. A Clone Commando is not a regular trooper. They are not frontline infantry. They are not faceless soldiers in white armor. They are warriors raised in the Mandalorian tradition, bound by clan and contract, and loyal to the Republic only because Jango Fett, their father, their template, their chieftain, signed a deal that would shape the entire galaxy. To understand their hatred, we must begin with their identity. We must begin with who they were and what they believed. Before the war twisted everything, the Clone Commandos were something incredibly rare, a specialized breed of soldier who stood apart from the rest of the Grand Army of the Republic. Most of the clones were bred for obedience and battlefield cohesion. Commandos were bred for independence, initiative, and extreme adaptability. They weren't created to march in formation. They were created to infiltrate, to sabotage, to assassinate, and operate in the shadows where even Jedi hesitated to tread. A different cast of clone entirely. Only a tiny fraction of the Mandalorian cloning program was devoted to their creation. Each squad was made up of 4 uniquely engineered clones with each enhanced intellect, specialized training, and physiological profiles tailored for survival. Where a standard trooper operated on discipline, a clone commando was said to operate on pure instinct. They were stronger, sharper, faster, emotionally deeper, and more stable under pressure. And perhaps most important of all, unlike most clones, they were incredibly complex individuals, raised in brotherhood, built for war. Commandos were trained in pods of 4 from birth. These pods were not just squads. To them, they were clans, brothers in every sense of the word. They lived together, they fought together, they bled together, and they were conditioned to believe that their squad was their entire world and purpose. Losing a brother on the battlefield was not the loss of a teammate, it was the loss of family. This level of emotional depth is part of what made the Clone Commandos so formidable and so vulnerable emotionally. Mandalorian blood without Mandalorian birth. But the first defining part of their identity came from who raised them. Out of the 100 training sergeants on Kamino, 75 of them were Mandalorians. They were veterans, mercenaries, and warriors who lived and fought beside Jango Fett. That alone changed everything about the Clone Commando program. They weren't raised like other clones. They were raised to fight as Mandalorians. They learned Mandalorian weaponry, Mandalorian tactics, Mandalorian war chants, Mandalorian brotherhood, Mandalorian discipline, Mandalorian reverence for clan hierarchy, and above all, they were taught that Jango Fett, their Alith Kuir, their clan father and chieftain, was the greatest of them. This created a culture inside of the Republic's army that the Jedi could never fully understand. The Mandalorian contract. To a commando, the Republic wasn't a nation or a cause, it was a contract. Mandalorians fulfill their contracts. A Mandalorian honors their employer, but a Mandalorian is not sentimental about the people who hire them. The Commando's loyalty flowed in 3 descending tiers. Brothers first, the Republic second, the contract, and the Jedi last. The order mattered, because the Mandalorian sergeants told them bluntly, "You are not a Jedi. Do not pretend to be a Jedi. do not fight like the Jedi. The sergeants taught them that Jedi rely on the Force, that Jedi cheat in combat, that they make foolish decisions because they don't understand war the way that the Mandalorians do, and if a choice ever came down to following a Jedi or saving your brother, you save your brother. These ideas were baked into the Commando psyche before the Clone Wars ever began. Jango Fett, their father, their ideal. Jango Fett was many things to the galaxy, a bounty hunter, a mercenary, a weapon. But to the Commandos, he was something else. He was the architect of their existence, the model of their identity. He was the face that they saw in the mirror, the living embodiment of the Mandalorian ideal, and the warrior that they were taught to emulate. When Jango Fett signed the contract with the Republic, he was fulfilling a job, and as the Commando saw it, this was the continuation of that job. This worldview would shape everything they believed. It shaped how they fought. It shaped how they viewed themselves. But most important of all, it shaped how they viewed the Jedi. When the Clone Wars began on the dusty world of Geonosis, most of the galaxy saw shock and confusion. The sudden reveal of the Clone Army, the Jedi Order charged into battle for the first time in 1,000 years, the spectacle of lightsabers clashing against droid legions under crimson skies. But for the Commandos, the Mandalorian-born sons of Jango Fett, Geonosis would become worse than any battle. It was the day that the war truly began, and it was the day that they lost everything. It was the death of Jango Fett, a blow to their identity. In a matter of seconds, the man who created them, the warrior whose DNA shaped their every breath, their every instinct, their very purpose, was struck down before the war ever started. Windu didn't just kill Jango Fett. He killed him in a way that the Commandos interpreted as a profound insult. Jango's jetpack had malfunctioned. His mobility was reduced. He was fighting wounded, sand in his armor, exhausted from battling the Reek. To Mandalorians, a warrior's final duel is a sacred rite. It is a chance to face one's fate with dignity, with skill, and with the pride of a life lived by battle. But Windu struck quickly, too quickly. He did not give Jango a warrior's death. He didn't give him the honor their sergeants drilled into them every day of their lives. He didn't offer the respect due to the galaxy's greatest warrior. To the clone commandos, this was not an act of a noble Jedi Master. It was a violation. It was a dishonor. It was everything that they were warned about. The Mandalorian trainers had told them for years that Jedi cheat, Jedi take shortcuts, Jedi do not fight fair, and Jedi bend the world to their rules. In that moment when Windu beheaded their father in a single brutal stroke, those warnings felt justified. But then something worse happened. They were thrown into hell as ordinary infantry. The most grievous injury was not Jango's death. It is what happened to the commandos immediately after. You could argue that Windu killing Jango Fett was personal, but what happened next was professional and unforgivable. The clone commandos were never meant to be frontline troopers. They were rare. They were precious. They were the culmination of millions of credits and years of specialized training. They trained under live fire. They were brought to near death to prove that they could be brought back. They survived conditions that would break any regular clone. They were made for surgical strikes, not massed frontal assaults. They were the Republic's deadliest assets, not disposable soldiers. But in the chaos after Jango's death, they were thrown into the first wave of the Battle of Geonosis as basic infantry. Hundreds of commandos, one of the rarest casts of clones in the entire army, were deployed like untrained foot soldiers into an open field slaughter. Many died in minutes. Many were separated from their squads. Entire pods were wiped out before they ever executed a single special operations mission. Their brothers, their men they shared their entire lives with, fell like cannon fodder, and the commandos blamed Windu. To them, Windu had killed their father dishonorably this day, and then he had carelessly wasted their brothers. Within the span of a single day, he shattered their world twice. Was it fair? Was it rational? Was it entirely accurate? Maybe not. But emotionally, culturally, and psychologically, it didn't matter to the commandos. Mandalorians do not rationalize their honor. They feel it, they breathe it, and they live it. The commandos felt that Windu had violated everything they were taught to stand for. And this is a wound that did not heal. On Geonosis, Windu had become the living symbol of dishonor, waste, the Republic's carelessness, and the Jedi's lack of understanding of a real war. It ended the commandos' ability to ever trust Mace Windu, or the Jedi that he represented. If this is how the greatest warrior of the Jedi fought, it was clear to the commandos that they were not going to get along. However, with all of that said, as the Clone Wars expanded beyond the brutal chaos of Geonosis, the Republic slowly began to understand what exactly it had created in the Clone Commandos. These were not ordinary soldiers. They were not meant to form lines, to march in ranks, or hold territory for hours at a time. These were weapons of precision, scalpels, not hammers. The Grand Army finally adjusted to them. But the psychological wounds of Geonosis would always linger, and so did their distrust of the Jedi. But as the war raged on, something else was revealed that set the Commandos apart. Unlike standard clones, whose personalities were intentionally muted or homogenized, Clone Commandos were allowed and even encouraged to develop individuality. The Kaminoans didn't like this, but the Mandalorian sergeants insisted on it. It was part of being a warrior. It was a part of surviving and living. And so the Commandos grew into something almost unheard of among the clones. They were emotionally extremely expressive, stubborn,
Alright, friends,
opinionated,
I'm back
fiercely
with a new
loyal.
Video, broski. In this video, I want to talk about vitamin C deficiency. There's some kids here. I don't know they're playing. They were just chasing each other. They're gonna run fast, young kids. It's incredible. It's nice to be young. So yeah, I want to talk in this video about vitamin C deficiency. All right, we gotta get over this vitamin C deficiency shit, bro. This topic, all right. So, scurvy is really not a vitamin C deficiency. What it is a deficiency in amino acids. It's an amino acid deficiency, and I'll prove it in this video. So when they did tests, okay, so your body doesn't produce vitamin C. So when they did these scientific tests on vitamin C deficiency, what they found out was micrograms, 0.0.00001 micrograms is sufficient enough to overcome this vitamin C deficiency, whatever, man. Listen, meat is not deficient in vitamin C, neither is the plants. They're not deficient in vitamin C. So how is the vegan community getting a scurvy? How are they suffering from scurvy? Well, it's not a vitamin C deficiency, because if it was, then they wouldn't be suffering from scurvy now, would they, right? So when you go to the vegan compilation, right, and you see these vegan people suffering from fucking scurvy, their hair's falling out, their pee-pee's not working, palpitations, bro, their fingernails are coming out, their gums are receding, it's kind of obvious. It's not a vitamin C deficiency, it's an amino acid deficiency. That's what your government doesn't want you to know. And so then they say, hey man, you know, you see these people eat these limes all day. They call them limeys, eat limeys all day. Bro, those fucking acidic fruit, when you eat them, they fucking destroy your teeth. When they first go in, they destroy your teeth, and then they embalm you from the inside out. That's the whole idea, to destroy you. They don't want you to be healthy. They don't want you to know that it's an amino acid deficiency. Why? Because you start eating amino acids, they make you young, bro. They fucking repair you. They keep you in positive nitrogen balance. You're repairing faster than you're fucking deteriorating. So how can it be an amino acid, or sorry, how can it be a vitamin C deficiency? It's kind of obvious on the face of it. Just go to the vegan compilation 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. All of them are suffering from scurvy. Amino acid deficiency. All right, there you go. I proved it in this video. Look how fast I proved it. Even when these conquistadors, they crossed the ocean, what was the one thing that they gave these guys? They had horses on there, and they had the scurvy. They had scurvy. Why'd they have scurvy? Because they had amino acid deficiency. They ran out of meat or whatever. So what did they do? They slaughtered a horse, ate the horse meat, and they were no longer deficient in amino acids. And I wish these kids would shut the fuck up. They're destroying my video here, screaming and yelling here, but whatever, bro. Anyway, so you get the idea, right? Sorry about that, the people screaming here. I don't know why they're here. They should be in school. I don't know why they're walking outside here. It's not even lunchtime yet for them. Anyway, so there you go. I prove that part, all right? So you see in these stores, when you buy like vitamin C, you'll see it in micrograms, not milligrams, micrograms, bro. Get it, man? This is crazy. Even the shots are in micrograms. They say 1,000 micrograms. These B12 or vitamin C, whatever, deficiencies. Anyways, a B12 vitamin C deficient, you're never going to be deficient, bro. Anyways, whatever. Sorry, I meant vitamin C or whatever. B12, whatever, bro. Anyway, so I want to talk about why. Now I want to talk about, and that's why they have a deficiency in amino acid. It's amino acid deficiency, 9 amino acids, and you don't want to be deficient. You want to be in positive nitrogen balance. Why? Now, omnivore diets are not deficient in here. Omnivore diets are not deficient in vitamin C. Why? Because It's an omnivore diet. It's a diet is something fake. Science will tell you diets don't exist. They're man-made. That's not what you are. You're a carnivore animal. You're not a carnivore diet. That's impossible. How they say all these people, they keep telling you carnivore diet. No, you're a carnivore. You're not a diet. You are a carnivore. You are not a diet. A diet is something that you're doing artificially, like omnivore diet. Get it? Because omnivore doesn't exist. You're either one sex or the other. You're either fucking carnivore or herbivore. You're not a herbivore diet. That's why they say veganism. Because they can't say herbivore diet, because it's not a diet. It's what you are. And there's animals that are herbivores, and there's humans that are carnivores. Fuck, man. Christ. Why do I have to educate everybody in my videos, man? You know, it's not, this is beyond their intelligence, you know? Here's the thing. Think about it like this. Why did they say, oh, the carnivore is failing people, they're quitting carnivore, why, or whatever? Or why has it failed me? It hasn't failed you. You failed it because you're too stupid to see the signs. Get it? Here's the problem with carnivore diet. The animals that you're eating are eating an artificial diet. Get it? They're not carnivore no more. They're feeding them a diet which are deficient in what they're supposed to eat as herbivores. Grass, like grass-fed beef, they say grass-fed, grain-finished, or grain-fed, grain-finished, or fucking, I don't know, soya bean finished, or fucking corn fucking finished. These are unnatural foods. So when you eat them, you get an unnatural equivalent from omega-6 to omega-3. Get it? And maybe some deficiencies in nutrients, okay? So you have some deficiency in nutrients, and you have too much omega-6, which means too much inflammation. You need to keep an equilibrium for sure, but it's better to have higher omega-3 than to omega-6. That we know. And so that causes an inflammatory response. You'll know when you eat eggs that are higher in omega-6 than omega-3, because it'll give you some unnatural bad feeling in your stomach, and maybe some farting and bloating because of the inflammation from the omega-6, this linoleic acid, bro. Get it? It's bad for you. Fuck. So they say, well, carnivore diet has failed me. No, it has not failed you. You failed it because you failed to recognize the signs that you should be eating grass-fed, grass-finished animals. Get that, dude? Even people know. They try to order now from these farms and everything. So here's the one thing about your government they don't want to give you. Raw milk. Why don't they want to give you raw milk? Because it's not deficient in any nutrients. But is it good to drink raw milk from like a grain-finished cow? Get it, bro? See what I mean? They're eating a diet. They're not eating what they're supposed to be eating. What else can I tell you there? Fuck, I don't know why people keep calling me all the time. I keep getting these wrong numbers. My buddy's calling me now, finally. It's about time, but I'm making a video. Anyways, so there you go. That's why the carnivore, these people, they say, has failed me. Carnivore, whatever, has failed me. Carnivore is not a diet. Herbivore is not a diet. Bro, get it, man. You gotta get it through your head, bro. I don't know what's the matter with these... Bro, I don't know what's the matter with these fucking people, man, you know? I know, this is just some really hot chamomile tea. I got it from the corner store. I don't usually do tea. It's really cold out here today, and there's this wind blowing, and now the sun is coming out. It's kind of weird, this weather. So yeah, I wanted to share that with you in this video. All right, those are the two things I really wanted to talk about. I'm thinking what else I wanted to talk about. Oh, I want to talk about one more thing, exercise. So I'll talk about exercise really quick in this video. So exercise, I told you before, exercise is not good for you. It's inflammatory. It will shorten your lifespan. It is not good for you. What do? I don't exercise. What do? I regenerate. You could call it a form of exercise, but I'm regenerating. That means periodically. I'm doing something periodically to regenerate. I'm doing something very specific, okay? It's not really based on exercise. Now, is sports considered exercise? Is laboring considered exercise? If you go to work there in the factory and you're laboring, is that exercise too, bro? Get it? 24 hours a day. How is that healthy for you? So you think it's healthy to go to the you think that people think that's healthy? Like, you're not listening to your senses. You think people are that stupid? They don't know that fucking laboring is not good for them, bro. That exercise fucking diminishes them and ages them and deteriorates the shit out of them and everything. Sorry, the wind is blowing here again. It's crazy wind here every time I come here. Do you think they fucking they don't know that, bro? Like, you think you can't distinguish, like, you don't listen to your senses, you can't fucking figure that out, that shit fucking diminishes the shit out of you? What are you, I don't know, fuck what people are thinking, bro. Anyways, so I'll bring up this thing from what was it, PubMed, NCBI, you know, satellite cell, use it or lose, aging, use it or lose it. So you see there in that report, aging or satellite cell aging, use it or lose it. You see in that report, it says there, periodically, what does it do? When you do these periodic so-called exercises, periodically, what does it do? It injures, you injure the muscle fibers. They're more susceptible to getting injured. So when they get injured, they go through a regeneration. So you're parts and creating new parts. But if you eat fucking bad shit, you're creating more damaged parts. That's why fasting doesn't work for these people. Fasting doesn't work if you're eating an unnatural so-called diet. Get it? Diet. Which these cows are on a diet, and so are fucking you on a diet. And that's fucking you as well. Stop being on a diet. Start eating your natural food and natural animals that are eating their natural food. Herbivores should be eating herbivore, and humans should be eating carnivore. Get it? You get the idea, bro? Stop being, you're not in between, okay? Stop eating these fake foods and them eating these fake foods, and then you're ingesting and you're thinking, oh, fasting is working for me. It's not working for you because you're still degenerating faster than you can regenerate. That's it. Even if you are in positive nitrogen, let's say I get into a positive nitrogen balance, but I'm bringing in more damaged parts than my body can remove. I'm degenerating faster than I can regenerate these new parts which are fresh and not damaged. Get it? You get the idea, bro? So yeah. So you see there, this periodic so-called movements, exercise, can mitigate senescent cells and these fucking and myogenic decline and these senescent cells. Okay? So yeah, they can remove them. They can get rid of them. That's the whole idea, and increase the satellite cell pool. You want to keep expanding that satellite cell pool, expanding it. That's the idea. I don't know what else to say in that video. It's there, and use it or lose it. You read it for yourself, man. It tells you everything there. Yeah. What else is there to say in this video? I don't know what else to say in that video, bro. It's really windy here all of a sudden. I don't know. Every time I come here, it's windy, bro. This is just nuts. I hate that. I'll do another video on something else. I don't know. I'll figure it out. So yeah, I hope that helped, man. I don't know what else to say in that video. I hope that helped. I'll see you in the next video. Tell me what you think about that. Like, subscribe, support the channel, Polski. And I could have wore this actually. I could have wore that. You know what I mean? That would have mitigated the wind, right? Keep the hair out of my head. Out of All right, friends, it's T-Man, and you know what time it is. It's Jason Blaha time to make a reaction video to Jason Blaha. So we're going to react to the gym, lifting, recruiting, fitness, gear slaves, new video. In this video, Jason Blaha says, training splits are done for psychological, not physical reasons. Really? Okay.
Hey everybody, it's Jason Blaha here with Jason Blaha Strength and Fitness, and today I want to chat with you guys.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
Gals, a little bit about the fact that your training split is less important than your consistency. But a quick reminder, if you guys will please click like down below, be greatly
less important than our consistency. Yes. Okay, whatever.
Appreciated. If you
All right, friends, it's T-Man, and you know what time it is. It's Jason Blaha time to make a video, reaction video to Jason Blaha. So we're going to react to the gym, lifting, recruiting, fitness, gear slaves, new video. In this video, Jason Blaha says, training splits are done for psychological, not physical reasons. Really? Okay.
Hey everybody, it's Jason Blaha here with Jason Blaha Strength and Fitness, and today I want to chat with you guys.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
Gals, a little bit about the fact that your training split is less important.
Okay.
And then your consistency. But a quick reminder, if you guys will please click like down below, be greatly
less important than our consistency, yes. Okay, whatever.
Appreciated. If you will be kind enough to drop me a comment down under the video, even just to say hello, I would appreciate that.
I do. I comment all the time, but you can't see it because you have me blocked. I've even come to your lives. I always write, "How are you, Jason?" That's all I ever write you. I never write you anything in your comment. Listen, I never write you anything bad in your comment section. I don't know why you've banned me. That's just stupid. That just shows what a low-class person you are. I've never banned you on my channel. If you come to my channel with your channel name and you write me something in the comment section, I'm not going to ban you. Unless, of course, you're malicious. That's different. YouTube will ban you or take you out. That's not dependent on me.
So thank you so much. Let's get over into the topic. Look, we could make a lot of arguments about efficiency in programming. We could make a lot of arguments about practicing movement patterns, neuromuscular efficiency, muscle protein synthesis. But I think something that needs to be said here is about consistency.
You know, he's watching my videos.
And what's going to be enjoyable to you to where you're actually going to do it.
I think at this point they made him crazy, especially when I started talking about post-methodic, which nobody on the internet or YouTube or anywhere talks about. Muscles are post-methodic. They do not split and divide and increase in number. You cannot build muscle. Nobody, and I mean no channel, tells you that.
And let me be clear.
That's why when I started bringing it up again, like I did in my old channel, I started bringing it up again because I don't bring up everything. I have to have some material to keep bringing up every so often. So when I brought it up, he went nuts. Blaha, look at him. He stopped posting these videos. Now I think he's starting up again. Now he's just posting some workout videos. I think he went nuts.
You guys have seen plenty of my clients who've got amazing results doing every type of different programming.
I've never seen any of your clients or anybody say that they were your client.
I've had people do full body. I've had people do upper lowers. I've had people do 4-day upper lower conjugate.
I know you put out a program called 5x5, which they've done, and they're all dead. The channels are all dead because they failed.
Yeah. You guys have seen me program people with push-pull legs, even body part splits, right? I've programmed all these things for clients. You guys have seen results in them. We've seen all this stuff, right? We've seen all of this, and I've produced people with extremely strong lifts, great physiques, everything else, right?
I didn't see any great physiques, strong lifts. I didn't see any really strong lifts, anything really impressive. There are lifting weights. Anybody can lift weights. Go to the gym and start lifting. And so what? It's not beyond any human to go to a gym and start lifting weights. And the first thing your body's going to do, the human body, it's going to start recruiting motor units.
Plenty of client testimonials, plenty of logs. We've seen all of it. So people say, well, what's best? I don't think there is a best. Now, could I make a very, very strong case for 3-day full body, 4-day upper lower in terms of practicing movement patterns? Yes. Could we make a very strong case for it in terms of muscle protein synthesis? Yes.
I'm partnering with Disney to tell you about Disney Plus.
So.
Okay, top Disney Plus pick.
In terms of muscle protein synthesis? Yes. Now, could we make a case for body part splits in terms of not beating up?
What about muscle protein synthesis? What about it?
Maybe joints and stuff as much due to movement patterns being spread out? Yes. See where we're going?
Look, man, you open a window for protein synthesis. It doesn't mean that whatever is inside your body, it's going to utilize to build muscle. Well, it is, but guess what? Then you're going to start starving. And it may not even be enough protein. Whatever it is you're eating there, it's a black hole. That you think it's just gonna like magically grow these muscles if there's insufficient protein. Look, man, you're eating insufficient protein. You're not in positive nitrogen balance. So whatever you're eating there and this so-called protein synthesis, you're not gonna build jack shit. Get it? It's not gonna work. And also, if there's not a level of damage there to the muscle fiber, it also has nothing to grow. There isn't anything to repair and grow. Muscles grow by repairing and remodeling. They grow when they're injured. They don't grow because muscles are post-mitotic. They don't fucking grow because you lifted a weight. You understand me? That's something called myogenesis. That has nothing to do with fucking lifting weights. The only way you could build so-called contractile proteins, and that's about it, is if you injure them. If they get injured, then they'll remodel, just like a bone. You injure a bone, it remodels there when you break it.
We could make a very strong argument for every one of these, but here's what I want people to think about. You have to think about what are you going to do consistently and what's going to work with your lifestyle, okay? In other words...
what can you do consistently and it'll go with your lifestyle? So if I come in once a week, is that not consistent? If I come in once a week and I damage my muscles and then I'm in a positive nitrogen balance the entire week and I just keep doing this over and over and over it again, just so I build myofibrillar growth. Forget about sarcoplasmic, just myofibrillar. So it's a carryover to every sport. But again, you getting good at lifting weights with motor units is not a carryover to boxing, swimming, running, or any of these fucking sports. I can tell you that right now. A carryover is when you get more contractile proteins. The more contractions you can create, the more carryover you have to every sport, even arm wrestling. That's why powerlifters suck at arm wrestling. Motor unit strength is not physical strength, okay? You need 2 in 1, not just one. You got one, but you missed the other. Where's the other? You got the motor unit, but you didn't get the contractile proteins with the motor units. Get it? So are you stronger than the guy that got more motor units and contractile proteins than the guy that only got motor units? Which one is stronger?
When people start even trying to say, well, what should I pair with what? I don't know. Where do I put? Should I put biceps and back together? Should I put, or should I put biceps behind chest so that it gets more exposure? Because maybe the biceps are too.
I've never seen Blaha show off his strength. Let me show me that you can punch through a punching bag, Blaha. You're so strong. He's got all these heavy lifts, right? He's so strong. He could fucking 500 off the floor, bro. Squat 500. Let me see him punch through a punching bag. Let me see him beat guys in arm wrestling. Why doesn't he go run down the street? Let's see him run, like really run, like a sprint or some shit. All right, let's see him do some sports, man. Let's see him fucking wipe out these people. Why can't he do any of that? I want to know why, man. Because he's weak, bro. Get it? You people are insane. He is the weakest person on the planet. Motor unit strength. This is like the lady that got chemical strength to lift a car off her kid. Get it, dude? She got some influx of chemicals, right, to lift a car off her kid. Temporary strength. It's chemical strength, bro. They lift a car. Is she strong physically? Hell no, but she had enough strength to lift the car. But she isn't physically strong. She's a skinny little woman. Give me fucking break.
Weak from the back work. Like, people come up with all these convoluted, complicated questions, right? And they're really looking for answers in terms of what's going to cause more muscle growth. And it's really kind of silly when you think.
It's really simple what's going to cause more muscle growth. These micro injuries and you being in a fucking anabolic growth state. Fucking positive nitrogen balance.
Think about it, right?
Yeah, think about it.
Because people will stand there and argue this stuff.
I'm not arguing it.
And they'll discuss it. Well, my reason, and it's always physiological. Look, if you're on a body part split, you're not.
Look, man, what's the point of going to the gym, trying to recruit motor units your entire life, trying to maintain motor units? This is just ridiculous by lifting weights. Once you build myofibrillar growth, to a level, a degree that you are satisfied with, then the motor units will be there. You don't have to keep practicing at maintaining it. They'll be there in the new myofibrilars. They've proliferated. They don't require maintenance from lifting. What they require is that you're in equilibrium eating protein to maintain the contractile proteins. The contractile proteins aren't maintained by going back to the gym lifting weights. They are maintained when you're in equilibrium. Get it, dude? Get it?
Doing it for physiological. Okay, let's be clear on that. Body part splits are not beneficial from a physiology perspective.
What are you talking about? Of course they are.
Maybe you can make a case.
If you do your upper body one day and your lower body the next day, yeah, it works. It's a lot to do in one day, upper and lower together. Kinda, yeah, no?
For that if drug doses go super, super high.
Okay. There we go with the drugs, because you can't build muscle. But I know. Muscles are post-mitotic. You can't build muscle lifting or eating or lifting, right? As much as you can eat, muscles won't grow. As much as you can lift, muscles won't grow. But guess what? Drugs are going to build muscles. They can build them. Even though scientists say that steroids do not build muscles because muscles are post-mitotic. But I know, steroids are going to build them. Yeah. Magically.
Okay. You can maybe make a case for physiology. There's no physiological reason to split your training up at all. It is entirely psychological. Now, that being said, when I say that, people hear what you're saying it's useless.
What was that, man? Did you see that? He pointed, dude.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I said it's psychological.
Okay.
Do we understand that?
He said it was psychological. When you see a big, massive guy, it's psychological, bro. Get it?
Mental.
When you see a giant over 7 feet tall, it's psychological.
Of it.
I got news for Blaha. You are never going to be over. You are never going to get up to 6 feet tall ever. You're never going to even be 6'9". You'll always be, I don't know what your height is, 6'6" or something like that, 6'6". You're just a little bit taller than Leonidas, Alex Leonidas. I think you're like 6'7", right? 6'7". You're never going to make it to 6'8", 6'9", 6'10", 11, 12, or 6'1", or 6'2", or 6'3", or 6'5", whatever. You're never going to make it lifting these weights, blaha. You can try, but it's never going to happen, unfortunately. You're always going to be small and weak. Height and size is associated with strength in this world. Women, when they look at you, they see you as a tall, big, powerful man. If you listen to women when they speak, they want taller guys now. They're looking for guys well over 6'3". They never say 6'1", 6'2" anymore. They say 6'4", 6'5", 6'6". They're even talking higher, 6'7", some 6'8", bro. They're looking for tall guys because the frame, the bones, and the frame and everything is massive.
There's no physical benefit to any of that. So don't argue or worry about the physical things. Well, from a physical perspective, should I pray to you? No. If you're only concerned with the physical, just do high frequency. Do full body 3 times a week. Okay? We can make the strongest case for physiology, neural drive, and muscle protein synthesis by just doing full body 3.
Neural drive and protein synthesis, but you're not outpacing protein breakdown.
Times a week, and then if you need to isolate your weakest point, doing that. Like if we're going to go off of straight biology, physiology, sports science, it makes sense.
Okay, I'm doing something a little...
But what if...
No, it doesn't make sense, but okay.
You hate it. Well, then it's going to be horrible. See where I'm going? What happens if you really enjoy body part splits? What if you come in and like, I just feel more motivated to train if I do all my chest in one day, and I come in and I do 10 to 12 really hard sets from my chest once a week. I bench, I incline, I do...
Man, look at that body. There's nothing there. There's nothing.
My dips, I do my flies.
Okay.
Okay, or chest and triceps. So I do that, then I do some extensions.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
They're like, I like to come in and just hit my chest and triceps really hard. I do flat bench, I do incline, I do weighted dips. I do flies, and I do skull crushers and press downs. It takes me 2 whole hours. But I really...
Why does it need to take you 2 whole hours? In the old days, I could do upper than lower body. Upper body, I could do it really quick. I was young. I could go through the exercise really quick. My focus is just to cause micro injuries, then go down somewhere and eat for a couple hours.
Enjoy it. I feel focused. I feel like I've really worked my chest and triceps, and I'm just very motivated to do it every Monday.
I don't know.
Versus, well, I'm going to come in and bench press 3 days a week and then do some extensions.
I don't know which one gave me greater pleasure. I still got pumps too at the same time because I ate carbs, a complex carb, when I came into the gym at the end of the week, because you just get these pumps, man. They're just there. So I don't know what gave me greater pleasure, breaking down my muscle, getting it injured, coming in and injuring my muscle fibers, sarcomeres, and or going down to the buffet and eating afterward, because I had a really good buffet in that day. And those days, I had a really good place to eat, man. Oh, it was amazing, the food there. Shit. That seafood shit was amazing, too. The shells, the clams and stuff. They had... Fucking this lady had oysters and clams there they used to give out. Can you believe that? For $6.99 all you can eat. That was crazy, bro. So I don't know what gave me greater pleasure, man. The going to the gym lifting, or the afterward going and building my body. Like, I just couldn't wait to build my body, man. I just couldn't wait to eat, be full like a mother, and just fucking grow like crazy, you know?
Now, physiologically, could we make a strong case for that latter? Yeah. You're going to get stronger quicker. Progressive overload is going to be quicker. Potentially better muscle proteins. And
progressive overload is going to be quicker. Potential what? Protein what?
synthesis.
Oh, protein synthesis again. Here we go.
Better performance session to session. Right?
Better performance from session to session. Performing? You're a performing slave then. Performing in the gym for everybody watching you, okay.
Now, are those going to be a massive difference? No. Versus,
I don't go to gyms to perform for anybody. I don't go there to perform or do anything. I don't go there to look pretty or anything, man. It doesn't look pretty. I just go there to damage muscle fibers and fuck off. That's about it.
that motivation, and I really and truly enjoy it. A lot of guys enjoy that other type of training. So which one?
I know a lot of people enjoy wasting time, like Blaha. He's wasted his entire life, and it shows on his physique. It's poor physique, man, because even me barely doing anything, not even exercising, I got a million times better physique than Blaha. And I have never exercised or lifted as much as he had for so many decades. I've done very little lifting, very little everything.
Make better gains on.
Okay, whatever.
You're coming in like, man, I hate benching 3 times a week. I hate or even if I alternate it with incline, I don't like that. I just feel like I don't do enough in one set.
Why would anybody like it if it didn't give them results? Why would you like something that gives you 0 results? I guess Blaha likes getting 0 results. He's like, but I can lift a heavy weight. I got these motor units. Yeah, but you cannot see motor units in public. Here's the thing. You cannot wear these motor units when you walk down the street in public. Nobody can see them. What are you going to do? Tell them I lift a heavy weight? They're going to laugh at Blaha. Hi, God, but I could deadlift 500, 600 pounds. I could squat 500. They'll go, oh yeah, ha ha ha, oh yeah. That's what they used to say I used to make jokes in my videos about Alpha Destiny. I said when they walk down the street, oh, but I lift a heavy weight. Hey, why are you punching? Why are you pushing me in the street? Because he's a little guy. Get it? They don't respect him. So what did he do? He faked it. He faked the muscles now so that he walks around and now he's wearing what he's doing in the gym. He's actually wearing it on him physically. See me when I walk down the street? I'm wearing what I do. It's on me all the time. And I don't even work out because people ask me, they take good looks, they take double takes, look at me and they go, you must work out or you work out a lot. They're always like, you work out a lot, huh? I go, no, I don't work out at all. And then they just get freaked out and they're like, how do you look like that? What do you mean, how do I look like that? It's built myofibular growth. It isn't sarcoplasmic, They don't even know. They don't even know what builds muscles, but whatever. They think muscles build because you lift weights, or if I go to the gym, I don't want to lift too much because I'm too scared to get my muscles might come big. Oh yeah, right. Like that's gonna happen any daytime. Yeah, anytime soon. Yeah.
Even though technically I know I do, 3 sets of pressing, 3 sets of triceps, and I'm done with all my chest and triceps for the workout. And I'm on
Oh yeah, sure.
the squats and, legs and back. It doesn't feel like enough to me. I really feel like I get in it and I just feel better and I work more. Well, which one are you going to be more consistent with? If you enjoy that split more with that focus on a muscle group, and that's usually we need to be clear, that's generally the reason. That's the motivation. And it's a very common one.
Look how skinny he is, man. He has his small little arms. I like how he flares his arms out with his tiny shoulders. His narrow clavicles are so narrow. It looks like his shoulders are melted into his neck. They're so short. Look at that. They go inward instead of protrude outward. Look at his small forearms. They're so small, his forearms and his arms. And his shoulders are so tiny. He looks like a person that has never lifted in his entire life. And me, I look like a person that lifts, and I don't lift.
Are you going to make better progress? I think you're probably going to make slightly better gains on the body part split. It's not that it's physically superior. It's that for you...
There's something wrong here, man. I look like a bodybuilder. Not only do I look like a bodybuilder, like what you call bodybuilder, whatever. Not only do I have mass muscle on my body, bro, right? But I don't even work out. Get it, man? And this guy like slaving here in the garage day in and day out. The hard worker that doesn't produce, and then there's the smart worker that produces. Oh, you're hired and he's fired. But why? I work so hard. Because you don't produce anything working hard. You produce when you work smart. But I guess people still don't understand that. I'll explain this. If you're still putting up your hand and asking to go to the washroom, there's something wrong with you. You have no experience. You're not hired. You're not hired. And this guy, you're a hard worker. If you're a hard worker and you don't produce, you're fired. Get it? Get the fuck out of here.
In your mindset, you're more driven to be consistent, to just consistently have good workouts.
Oh, yeah.
But that's the other thing too, if you're going to do that stuff.
You could be consistent at failing all the time.
The training, you can't afford a bad workout because those muscles are not going to be hit again for over a week. For a week, you have a bad workout, you got a problem.
Were you born between 9?
Got a problem.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Got a problem, Houston.
So
Houston, we have a problem.
Think about. Then we come over to stuff like conjugate. A lot of conjugate is psychological.
It sure is.
Okay. I've gotten really strong on conjugate in the past, super strong.
I'm sure he has.
You guys would watch me close grip bench in my 40s, mind you.
You didn't get super strong. You got super good at doing those exercises.
You just see me.
Don't lie to yourself. We can see if you got super strong. You don't look super strong.
Deadlift 635. You've seen me close grip bench.
See, look at him faking it again. He's faking it.
Bench 365.
Man, this guy's so delusional. Did you see how he walks around? He walks around as if he's like big and massive, like fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger or something, or some bullshit. Look at him, man. This guy is fucking out of his mind, man.
Just like that all on conjugate in my 40s. Not at a crazy high body weight either.
Law has absolutely lost his marbles.
Not like 260 pounds or something.
Oh yeah, 260 pounds. Yeah, sure.
I've had clients who you guys have seen squat 600, bench 400 on it, all wrong.
And so what? And so what if they can squat 600 or whatever for one rep? And so what? So what?
It works. A lot of it's psychological. It's all.
It is it?
So because you're doing max effort, you're spacing that max effort out.
Okay.
Right, it's about recovering from the max effort work and then just getting really big and then focusing upon.
Oh, it is it?
Different recovery curves through the week. Now, how much of that is
just recovering and getting really big? Okay, get really big. Muscles, hey, I got news for you. Get really big. Oh, how come they're not getting big? I keep telling them, but it's not working. Why?
Psychological.
Oh, because it's psychological. Okay.
A lot of it. Because then we get the mental aspects of the re-practice of setting up.
Right, the mental aspects. Okay.
Speed work, but we only have to deal with the true fatigue or those true maxes.
Oh yeah.
2 workouts a week, right? Then we rotate those moves.
2 workouts a week. What about you? You do more than 2 workouts a week.
So that we don't get overused and so that we don't burn out on them, where we psychologically detach from maxing out. That's a big part of it. So people need to
Is he getting smaller and smaller and smaller?
understand that too. Even conjugate training is largely about psychology. Louis always spun it, oftentimes though we do.
Does Blah understand that muscles are post-mitotic? They don't grow from lifting. They can hypertrophy, but only the contractile proteins, and they have to be injured. The myofibrillars have to be injured to grow. You have to injure them. You have to do specific movements using mechanical tension to cause these injuries to the muscle fibers. And they don't injure every day, because if they did, and you kept doing it repetitively, you'd get rhabdo and die in a stupor. Get it? So it doesn't work like that, like you think it does. Get it? Plus, you need to be anabolic. And anabolic means protein synthesis needs to exceed protein breakdown. Not anabolic steroids, anabolic from food. Food makes you anabolic. Now, you can take a hormone and inject a bunch of hormones in there, but hormones, they don't build muscles. Food does. Protein builds muscles. A little molecule made from like fucking peanut oil that you injected in your ass is not going to build contractile proteins. Never. Not in this fucking reality, and not in the next one or any other fucking reality. All you fucking think it does. All right? Only in this fucking reality does protein, when it exceeds protein breakdown and you're in positive nitrogen balance, only then and there will those contractile proteins build, and only then and there if those muscle fibers have been injured. If they're not injured, there are enough injuries in there, then it's not worth it for them to go through repair, growth, and remodeling, and being in positive nitrogen balance. I'm sorry, man. It's not going to work for you, dude.
All this for these physical reasons. But when you really look at what he says behind the lines in the deeper discussions, it's for psychologically programming your athlete. It's a mental game.
Oh yeah.
And let's not pretend that doesn't matter. How many world record holders did he coach? Like 100 of them, different points. It's the strongest gym in the world. So when we have this conversation, I'm not saying psychology doesn't matter. It clearly matters. But we do need to understand these things are done for physiological reasons. I mean, or for psychological reasons. Physiologically, we could make a case for full body all day long without splitting anything up.
A full body workout is the best when you're trying to get these micro injuries in the muscle, because all muscles are getting overworked at the same time. It's an overworking of that muscle. You overwork it, let's say extreme overworking the muscle, that's when they get injured.
All right, guys, but that's really all I have to say on that today. I hope it's been informative. I'll talk to you guys and gals next time.
Yeah, it's been really informative. I'll see you in the next video, friends. Ciao. Ridiculous, blah.
Hercules, Triple X. Back at you guys again with another great video, and on this weirdo right here by the name of West Coast Wolverine. I don't call him natural because I don't believe that he's natural. I don't believe that he's natural. I don't believe so, simply because of his behavior over the past couple of years that I've known of his channel. He knew of my channel before I knew of his channel. Don't let him tell you anything different. The receipts are out. The people that's been following the story know the truth. He got caught up in the wrong game and he got burned like a lot of other YouTubers. Even the YouTuber that inspired him to start worrying about me and got burned really bad and got humbled. So anyway, he's sitting here with this lady, and I've told him that I would like to have a slice of her pie, to put it nicely, and he tells me in the comment section that I'm not her type. Please explain to me, West Coast dipshit, why am I not her type? Is it because I'm black? Is it because you think that you look better than me? Because you don't. You don't look better than me. I don't know what these weirdo guys are online telling you, but I can hurt you in a bad way. I can hurt you in a bad way. You see, because I'm in the general public every day where I see a lot of Asians, which is what you like in your boyfriend who's in Vancouver. Oh, I'm sorry, you're in Vancouver. Your boyfriend who's in Toronto, Vaughn, Toronto likes, and Jason Blaha. You guys like Asians first, and then I guess you'll settle for Caucasians. And if you can get a black, which you guys are not able to get black women, you'll give for that. So that's the level. So I can hurt you really bad. I can hurt your ego really bad. I would hurt you, but I'm not going there. You're not better looking than me. I know there's a lot of homosexual men that are online who are obsessed with you because you tried to pull off some sort of 80s heroic look, but that's not going to work on me because they're gay men and they're unemployed like you, and they're homosexual. And those are the men that you base your opinion off of. There are some ugly, very, very ugly, unattractive women that have told you that you look nice. I've been keeping track, Mr. Dipshit. I'm just hard to break your heart, but I've been keeping track. But those weren't attractive women. Now, I'm going to stop right there. I'm not going to go any further because I don't want to hurt you too bad. Now, my question is, why do you think that your old lady wouldn't take me? Is it because I'm black, or is it because you feel like I'm unattractive, or is it because you feel that you're better than me in some sort of way, and you're not? You're not stronger than me. You're unemployed and you're lifting weights and you're collecting calories. Dude, you're on steroids. We see the site where you inject the steroids in your arm. We've been seeing that. I'm sorry to bust your bubble. You drink a lot of coffee, which is unhealthy. You'll probably be dead by the age of 58. You eat a lot of rice and cheap carbs because you don't have any money. So what are you eating every day? So you only blew up your arms and your body because of I came on the scene. So you're trying to impress me, which is not going to work because you're not aesthetic. You're a hot mess, just like your little boyfriend. What's your max? So yes, what's your max? You're pulled into this mess. All thanks to him and your little girlfriend who lives in Vaughan, Toronto. He got you burned really bad. But I'm just being honest with you guys. I'm just saying he pulled you guys in a bunch of mess and he got a lot of people in trouble. So yeah. And don't think that the guy in California, I got something different for him. So don't worry about him. He's already squashed, Mr. Loudmouth. But why do you think that your little lady here won't be attracted to me? She ain't taller than me. See, what you guys are doing is you're using these stretch lenses and all this sort of stuff. She ain't that tall. You know, you guys are so full of it. You guys are just trying to pull this crap off because you know a lot of people that do this bodybuilding stuff are short people. And you're pulling it off, but you know I'm the real deal, Holyfield. I'm the best when it comes to being the all-around package. So is it because of money? Because you're broke and you're staying with her. Is that supposed to be a flex, dude? I stopped doing it in my 20s. You're a 50-year-old man still doing it? That's gay. Okay, go out and get a job, okay? That's not cute anymore. We feel sorry for you. And plus, she's going to put you out when she gets sick of you anyway. So we know you're on Social Security. We know that, that she has children. I can take care of her and her family because I have two careers. I'm in the mail industry where I deliver mail, and I'm in the aviation industry. So I can take care of her family, and I can fly her all around the world and have her in decent suburb areas where the median income is $200,000 to $300,000 and get her out of whatever hellhole existence she's in within Canada or wherever you guys are from, Vancouver or Canada, who knows. So Why do you think that you're better than me? Why do you think that you're better looking than me? That look played out in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? That look is gone. It ended in the 80s. Why are you still rocking it? That's disgusting. That's really, really sad. Are you in this house because things didn't go like you wanted to go in life? That's what you're settling for? Don't ever open your mouth, buddy. You came for me first, and now I'm coming back at you. The receipts are out. And she's watching the storyline. So when are you going to man up and face me? Okay, you didn't take on the OHP challenge. You lost that against Big Daddy Trip. So why are you on here talking like you're a macho man? Why? We're not impressed. You're just wasting your energy, and you're not stronger than 20-year-olds. By the way, I'm 38, but you're not stronger than 20-year-olds. You never will be. We don't care about your screaming. We don't care about your weightlifting. You're just wasting your energy and just deteriorating like your boyfriend in Vaughan, Toronto told you. You're deteriorating away. That's why you're ugly, and that's why you don't have any money, because you're using all your energy to just fluff your arms up in the gym all day long. Go get a job and do better with your life, because you don't want to be with this woman. But you say she's not attracted to me. Tell me why. I'm better than you in all aspects. You think I'm going to go off of what the homosexual men told you on your channel or what the unattractive women told you? Dude, it's time to wake up. You're 50-something years old and you look 50. You're shriveled up. Dude, I don't even try to look good really for you guys because it's not close. You guys try so hard. I be just chilling laid back. You're always trying so hard to be dolled up like your girlfriend in Vaughan, Toronto. Guys, it's not that. You guys have no self-esteem at all. You guys are worried and stressed, and you try to look good for the cameras. Dude, you're not attractive. So tell me why in the comment section, why she wouldn't want me, please.
Well, oh. Quaste. Ringoya. Boombraza? Huh?
Logan.
Cuban Embla. Chino Rabu. Oh boy. Narbo Shoaib. He's in a row.
We are at the Survivor Series Superstore. I'm gonna show y'all everything that's in here and the vibe that's going on. So we did get here a little late, so there actually is no line right now. This is fire with the Survivor Series jersey, and these are like Padre colors on a football jersey. And then, is this supposed to be like a soccer kit? I think it's supposed to be a soccer kit. And then I'm just gonna go through everything. Yo, you guys always say I get motion sickness when you record this, so can you slow it down? Yes, I can slow it down for y'all. I'm slowing it down. Slowing it down for y'all. Here we go. Ooh. It's actually sick. Wait, this is actually sick right here.
I'll let you do that.
I appreciate that, man. You too. So they got all the bottles and stuff, some figures. Oh, the thing. No one cares about the figures though. I'm sorry, guys. You care about the figures? I'm sorry. Oh, they got the Chelsea green hats. Those are sick. Then they got the rest of the civil regime stuff here. You guys know I got my jackets. I'm good. That's my family, civil regime. The rest of this stuff. Boom, boom. That's Cody's best piece of merch, by the way. I like none of his stuff. Actually, that's pretty cool too. I'm gonna have to get one of those. But the Cena stuff, that's all the Cena stuff. I have to get that. AJ Lee, she got the shirt like that. I'm wearing the Charlotte one like that. That's like the only Rhea shirt I don't have, so I'm definitely gonna get that. Boom. Damn, Rhea got a lot. Holy shit, Rhea got a whole like section. And then Steph. That is sick. I gotta get that. They got all the complex stuff. The Rita 25th shirt. RKO complex shirt. The Bum, Bray, Roman, Jay. Then they got the guys. That Logan Paul shirt's actually tough. I need to get the, oh man, there's so much good stuff here today. I hate that there's so much good stuff, and I'm gonna.
Looking back, it was strange how the cops never showed up, but things had a habit of only making sense to me, looking back long after I'd run out of time to fix them.
I get a lot of questions from the community on today's topic. People asking, Rhea, what should I change in my life? What should I do? How can I transform my life? And I can tell they expect me to have a silver bullet answer. That is partly because of the internet. Every content creator acts like they got a solution for everything. So people are not used to hearing, I don't know, bro, what you should do, how you should lead your life. Because everybody is different.
The freaking Ajuga Turkistatica from Uzbekistan.
But then again, life coach, YouTubers, grifters are gonna say they got the answers. They are gonna give you cookie cutter advice and solutions. Do this and your life is gonna change. Do that and you're gonna transform your life.
They tell children when they're young to shoot for the stars, but the reality of the thing, the reality of the thing is, don't shoot for the stars because you won't be able to reach them. Why shoot for the fucking stars if you know you can't reach them? See, if I was a parent and I had children, I would put a sign in my children's room that tell them.
People are so used to hearing this stuff. People want guarantees. They want certainties, dreams. But the answer people don't want to hear but need to hear is there are no guarantees. If you are being real, the chances aren't even on your side. You have to majorly downgrade your expectations in life. You could do everything right, and it still might not be enough. These are the stuff people need to hear, man. For most of you, not all of you, but for most, the truth is, if you want to be happy, you will have to accept mediocrity. What you see as mediocrity. To you, it is a mediocre life. To someone else, the life you lead could be something to dream for.
If you want to be good at life, you need to be able to face the unknown and go for it. So a lot of people end up usually sometime early in their 20s, but sometimes later, thinking that we got to restart life. They're kind of living these lives where they're not like super thrilled, but the thought of restarting life, and you can tell even in the word, right? Restart. It implies that you're starting over from zero.
I was watching this Dr. K video. He was talking about how to restart your life. How he's getting questions from people asking him how to restart their lives. And I could relate because I get that question all the time. I'm assuming actually our viewers are leading similar lives. Their mentality and cope tolerances are different. But, if you look at it from an SMB perspective, you would realize that my audience and his audience would turn to have very similar SMB.
So the key thing about restarting your life is that your brain perceives a lot of effort. Does that make sense? It's a lot of work. And not only is a lot of work, at the end of the work, I'm going to start over from zero.
For most guys, for most people, a big part of life is learning to make peace with mediocrity. That is a sad reality of life. But
Welcome back to Dark Wasteland Confessions. Today's story concerns the Enclave's most closely guarded secret, Project Exodus, and the abandoned Starship program that turned vault dwellers into unwitting test subjects for interstellar escape. This is the confession of Sarah Chen, an Enclave engineer who discovered that every vault experiment, every moment of suffering, fed data into a plan to abandon Earth entirely. The chosen few would sleep their way to paradise among the stars while billions burned. Some might have succeeded, and if you're enjoying this kind of dark storytelling, consider subscribing and liking the channel, but only if you like the content. I need to tell you something before they find me. Before the Brotherhood patrols trace this signal back to the bunker where I've been hiding for the past 6 months. My name doesn't matter anymore, but what I know does. What I saw at Bloomfield Space Center in those final months before the bombs fell, it changes everything you think you understand about the vaults, about the Enclave, about why any of this happened at all. They weren't trying to save us. They were trying to leave us behind. I was a structural engineer, clearance level 7, assigned to the Hermes project at Bloomfield. We called it the Mars mission in public documents, a grand adventure to plant American flags on the Red Planet and bring glory to the United States Space Administration. But that was never the plan. Not really. The Hermes 13 rocket sitting in that launch cradle wasn't designed for exploration. It was designed for escape. And every single vault dweller who suffered through those twisted experiments, every person who died screaming in the dark, they were just data points. Test subjects for technology the Enclave needed to abandon Earth entirely. You want to know how I know? Because I helped build the damn thing. I welded the reinforced bulkheads that were supposed to hold 1,000 frozen colonists. I installed the hydroponic systems that could sustain life for centuries. I watched them retrofit a Mars rocket into a generational starship. And I kept my mouth shut because they told us it was for the good of humanity. They told us the best and brightest would carry the torch of civilization to the stars while Earth burned. They made it sound noble. It wasn't noble. It was cowardice with a government contract. Let me take you back to August 2076. The Hermes 13 had just been completed. I remember standing on the gantry, looking up at that massive vehicle gleaming white and silver in the Arizona sun, thinking we'd actually done it. 18 months of round-the-clock construction, converting a planetary exploration vessel into something that could sustain human life across interstellar distances. The atomic engines alone could burn for 300 years without refueling. We'd cracked cryogenic suspension that could freeze a human body and thaw it with minimal cell damage. The place Creed onboard farms could grow enough food to feed the crew and passengers with zero waste. It was beautiful. It was a miracle of engineering. It was also supposed to carry the power reactors and launch codes to the ballistic orbital missile base 001. That's what the official manifest said. The bomb satellites, they called them. Orbital weapons platforms that could rain nuclear fire on any target within minutes. The Hermes 13 was supposed to deliver the final components that would make Bomb 001 fully operational. A delivery mission, nothing more. But then October came and everything changed. Funding got cut drastically. Every dollar, every resource, every spare part got diverted to vault technology. The official explanation was that rising tensions with China meant we needed to prioritize the vault program, make sure the bunkers could actually protect people when the missiles started flying. But that didn't make sense to those of us on the ground. We'd already built 1,000 vaults. Why did Vault Tech suddenly need an emergency injection of funding in the final months before the war? I didn't understand until I found the transfer logs. They weren't just diverting money to the vaults, they were transferring data, gigabytes of experimental results, medical records, psychological profiles, engineering specifications. Every vault experiment, every sick, twisted study, all of it was being compiled and analyzed. And the analysis reports weren't going to Vault Tech headquarters. They were going to Enclave hubs, Raven Rock, the oil rig off the California coast, the White Spring bunker, and they were being cross-referenced with something called Project Exodus. That's when I started digging. That's when I made the mistake that cost me everything. Vault 13, the one that had its water chip designed to fail, forcing the vault dweller out into the wasteland. That wasn't a manufacturing defect. That was a test of resource scarcity and survival adaptability in a closed environment. How do you ration water on a starship when the recycling systems fail? Vault 13 answered that question with human suffering. Vault 112, where they trapped everyone in virtual reality pods, their minds connected to a computer simulation while their bodies atrophied. That wasn't sadism. That was testing long-term cryogenic storage with neural interface technology. How do you keep a colonist's mind active during a 500-year journey so they don't wake up completely insane? Vault 112 provided the data, bought with the sanity of hundreds of innocent people. Vault 15, where they crammed people from radically different backgrounds and cultures together in impossible close quarters. That was testing crew diversity and conflict resolution protocols. How do you prevent mutiny on a starship when tensions run high and there's nowhere to escape? Vault 15 showed them exactly what happens, exactly where the breaking points are. Every vault had a purpose. Every experiment fed into the starship research, and I could prove it because I found the source, Tim Kaine, the man who helped create this entire universe of suffering. He didn't hide it. Years later, he went on record, explained the whole thing in a video that most people probably thought was just interesting trivia about game development. But he was telling the truth. He said it plainly. The vaults weren't meant to save humanity from nuclear war. They were experiments designed to solve the engineering and social problems of interstellar travel. The Enclave knew the bombs were coming because they helped engineer the conditions that made war inevitable, and they had no intention of rebuilding a radioactive wasteland. They were building a starship. There is no Earth to come back to. That's what Kaine said. So the head of the Enclave and the highest levels of government decided to build a starship and take it to nearby stars. A multi-generational vessel powered by atomic engines that could run for centuries. But atomic power was the only part they knew how to build. Everything else, the food production, the cryogenic storage, the social systems, the psychological conditioning, all of that had to be developed, tested, refined, and the vaults provided the perfect testing grounds because the people inside had no idea they were being used. That's what I learned at Bloomfield. That's what got me marked for termination. November 2076, 1 month before the bombs dropped, Enclave agents seized Bloomfield Space Center. They came in the night, full combat gear, authorization codes that superseded every military and civilian authority we had. They locked down the facility, reassigned most of the personnel, kept only a skeleton crew of us who had the specialized knowledge they needed, and they told us the truth. The war was coming. Within weeks, maybe days, the Chinese were positioning their missiles. The Americans were doing the same, and somebody was going to blink. When the bombs fell, the Enclave's chosen elite, their best and brightest, would launch toward a new world aboard the Hermes 13. Everyone else, the 300 million Americans who thought their government would protect them, they could burn with the rest of the planet. They were so confident, so certain they'd pulled it off. They had the rocket. They had the data from 2 decades of vault experiments. They had candidates selected, frozen colonists already in cryo storage at secured facilities, just waiting to be loaded aboard. All they needed was 2 more weeks to complete the final systems checks and fueling procedures. They didn't get 2 weeks. October 23rd, 2077, the Great War. The bombs fell too fast. The Enclave scattered to their bunkers like rats abandoning a sinking ship. The Hermes 13 never launched. It's still there, 200 years later, standing in its launch cradle at Bloomfield Space Center, surrounded by raiders who have absolutely no idea they're camping on the ruins of humanity's greatest failed ambition. But here's what keeps me awake at night, what makes me check the shadows and encrypt every communication. The Hermes 13 was just one rocket, and there were plans for others. The hubologists found the shuttle, the S. Quetzal, at San Francisco International Airport, a reusable nuclear-powered spacecraft that the official records say was just a research vehicle. But I've seen the schematics. That shuttle has the exact same retrofitted cryogenic bays and life support systems we installed on the Hermes 13. It was another evacuation vessel, another escape pod for the Enclave elite. Mr. House in New Vegas had similar ambitions. Use the city as a launching point for humanity's finest minds to escape Earth. Was he continuing the project? Did he know about Exodus? The timing's too convenient to be coincidence. And then there's the transmissions. Before Bloomfield got locked down, before the Enclave seized control, I copied everything I could onto holotapes and data drives, experimental logs, personnel files, communication intercepts. Most of it's encrypted beyond my ability to crack. But some of it, the stuff they thought was too obscure to bother securing, that's readable. And buried in maintenance logs and power consumption reports, I found references to something called Project Athena, a separate USA initiative that officially doesn't exist. Project Athena had launch windows scheduled for September 2077, multiple launch windows. But all the space centers, all the rocket facilities, they'd already used their resources building missiles for the bomb satellites. They didn't have anything left for civilian launches. So where was Athena launching from? What was it launching? And did it get off the ground before the bombs fell? If you're still with me after hearing this, hit that like and subscribe button, because what I'm about to tell you in the next part gets darker, much darker, and you need to understand that every word of this is true. Every schematic I found, every transmission log I decoded, every Enclave memo I copied, it all points to the same terrifying conclusion. They might have succeeded. Somewhere out there, in the infinite darkness between stars, there might be a ship full of frozen Enclave colonists, the so-called best and brightest of pre-war America, drifting toward a new world. While we inherited their radioactive wasteland, fought their wars, suffered their experiments, they might have escaped. And if they did, if they're out there building a new civilization on some distant planet, then every person who died in the vaults, every wastelander who struggled to survive, they died for nothing. Their suffering meant nothing. It was all just fuel for the Enclave's cowards' escape. But I'm getting ahead of myself. First, I need to tell you about what I found in the Bloomfield computers, the personnel manifests, the passenger lists for the Hermes 13. Because when you see who was selected to escape, when you understand the criteria they used to determine who deserved to survive and who deserved to burn, you'll understand why I can never stop running, why they'll never stop hunting me, and why this information needs to get out before they silence me permanently. The personnel manifests were supposed to be classified Level 9 clearance, which meant even most Enclave operatives couldn't access them. But when you're the engineer responsible for installing the life support systems, you need to know capacity loads, weight distributions, cryogenic pod assignments. They had to give me partial access. They just assumed I wouldn't dig deeper than my immediate assignments. They assumed wrong. The first passenger list I found was dated March 2076, 6 months before the Enclave seizure. It contained exactly 1,000 names, organized by specialty: scientists, engineers, doctors, military officers. Each entry included genetic screening results, psychological evaluations, radiation resistance scores, and something called a purity index. That last one made my stomach turn. The purity index measured genetic deviation from pre-war baseline human DNA. Anyone with a score below 95% was automatically rejected. Most Americans, after decades of low-level environmental radiation and chemical exposure, scored between 85 and 92%. The Enclave had set a threshold that excluded 98% of the population before they even considered other qualifications. But it wasn't just genetics. The psychological profiles were looking for specific traits: obedience to authority, acceptance of hierarchical structures, willingness to sacrifice individual freedom for collective security. They weren't selecting the best and brightest of humanity. They were selecting the most compliant, the ones who would never question orders, the ones who would accept that leaving billions to die was somehow justified. I found my own name in one of the supplemental lists, not as a passenger, as essential ground crew, expected to complete final preparations and then be left behind when the launch commenced. They were going to use me to prep their escape vehicle and then abandon me to die in nuclear fire. The notation next to my name said disposition post-launch terminal. They weren't even planning to let the ground crews survive long enough to realize they'd been betrayed. Cleanup protocols
would ensure no witnesses. That's when I started copying files. That's when I became a dead man walking. The second list was dated July 2076, and it was different. Shorter, only 300 names. But these weren't specialists or essential personnel. These were families. Senators, corporate executives, high-ranking military brass, and their immediate relatives, children as young as 6 months old, designated for cryogenic suspension, wives, husbands, grandchildren. The American aristocracy, ensuring their bloodlines would survive. And next to many names was a single word, Vanguard. The Vanguard passengers were already in cryo, already frozen and stored at secure facilities. I cross-referenced the dates, matched them against Vault commissioning schedules, and the pattern was sickening. Every time a Vault experiment produced useful data, every time some horrible test yielded results about human endurance or psychological breaking points or radiation exposure limits, a new batch of Vanguard passengers went into cryo storage. They were freezing their elite as fast as they could validate the technology with other people suffering. Vault 8, Vault City, was listed as a control vault. No experiments, just a functioning community that proved self-sustaining habitats could work. The data from Vault 8 went directly to the Hermes 13 Environmental Systems team in April 2076. 2 weeks later, 50 Vanguard passengers entered cryosuspension. 50 families who would sleep through the apocalypse while Vault 8's residents lived their entire lives as unwitting test subjects. But the third list, the one dated October 2076, that's the one that made me steal a plasma pistol from the armory and start planning my escape. Because the third list wasn't passengers. It was payload. Project Exodus wasn't just about one starship. It was about preserving the Enclave power structure across the stars. The Hermes 13 was designed to carry frozen colonists and essential supplies, but it was also carrying something else. Something the manifests called the inheritance packages. Cultural archives, technological databases, genetic samples, weapon specifications, and embryos. Thousands of frozen human embryos, genetically screened and modified for optimal traits. The Enclave wasn't just evacuating their elite. They were bringing the raw materials to rebuild their vision of humanity on whatever world they reached. The notation at the bottom of that manifest still gives me nightmares. In the event of primary escape vehicle failure, activate contingency Omega. Secondary launch sites have been prepared. Do not allow the inheritance to perish with Earth. Secondary launch sites, plural. The Hermes 13 wasn't the only ship. It was just the largest, the most visible, the one they could build openly under the guise of the Mars mission. But there were others. Smaller vessels, hidden projects, backup plans, layered on backup plans, because the Enclave never relied on a single option. I started cross-referencing USA budgets, looking for black sites and ghost facilities, and I found them. Not many, just fragments and hints, but enough to piece together a terrifying picture. The Deep Sleep Project, launched in 2070, officially just testing hibernation pods in orbit, but the spacecraft carried 4 people and had supplies for a journey lasting decades, not the weeks the official mission profile claimed. Commander Sophia Daguerre and her crew, did they know what they were really testing, or were they just more unwitting subjects? The Valiant 1 space station, supposedly a research platform that crashed in Appalachia, but I found requisition orders for colony establishment equipment shipped to Valiant 1 in 2073, hydroponic modules, genetic storage units, radiation shielding rated for interstellar space, not low Earth orbit. That wasn't a research station. It was a prototype colony ship, testing systems in orbit before committing to a full-scale build. And then there's the Minerva program. That one's barely whispered about in the documents I found, hidden in budget line items and cryptic references in Enclave internal communications. The USA claimed the last manned mission to the moon happened in 2052, recovering the Valiant 12 flag, and then ceasing all lunar operations. But Minerva launched classified missions to the moon after the treaty with China, breaking the agreement both nations made to stop lunar militarization. Why send secret missions to a dead rock unless you're building something you don't want anyone to know about? I think they built a staging facility on the moon, a launch platform where they could assemble starships without orbital surveillance detecting the construction. The moon has resources, low gravity for launches, and most importantly, it's outside any treaty jurisdiction if nobody knows you're there. Build your escape vessel on the far side of the moon, load it with your frozen elite, and launch toward the stars while Earth tears itself apart. No witnesses, no evidence, just gone. The more I dug, the more I found. Transmission logs referencing something called the Exodus Fleet. Purchase orders for atomic engine components delivered to locations that officially don't exist. Personnel transfers where people disappeared from every record except payroll. They're still getting paid somewhere, which means they're still doing something somewhere. And Vice President Daniel Byrd, the one everyone thought was brain damaged from that failed FEV vaccine, he wasn't crazy. He was leaking classified information, probably the only Enclave official with enough conscience left to try warning people. He raved about Mars, about oxygen and water on the red planet, about space being a high priority. People dismissed it as the ramblings of a damaged mind. But I've seen the Enclave space exploration briefs. I've read the planetary survey data they commissioned. Byrd was telling the truth. They were targeting Mars initially, before they realized Mars couldn't support a colony and shifted to interstellar options. Everything he said was classified information he shouldn't have known, couldn't have known unless he'd been part of Exodus planning before his accident. They tried to silence him by making everyone think he was incompetent. It almost worked, but the truth leaked out anyway, just disguised as insanity. The question that haunts me, the one that keeps me moving from bunker to bunker, never staying more than a few weeks in one place, is simple. Did any of them make it? The Hermes 13 never launched. I know that for certain because it's still at Bloomfield, waiting like a tombstone monument to failed ambitions. But the secondary sites, the contingency plans, Minerva, the Exodus Fleet, what happened to those? Did the bombs fall before they could execute the evacuation? Or did some Enclave elite successfully escape while the rest of us inherited their nightmare? I've spent 6 months analyzing launch windows, calculating trajectories, studying what little astronomy data survived the war. If a starship launched in October 2077, heading toward the nearest potentially habitable star systems, it would take centuries to arrive. Alpha Centauri is 4.3 light-years away. Even with atomic engines pushing constant acceleration, you're looking at 400 years minimum. Tau Ceti, 12 light-years, over 1,000 years. These are generational voyages. The people who launched would die. Their children would die. Their grandchildren would die. Maybe the 10th or 20th generation would see a new world, but they'd remember. The Enclave would make sure of that. They'd tell their children about Earth, about the weak and impure they left behind to die, about their manifest destiny to rebuild pure human civilization. And when they arrived at whatever world they were targeting, they'd have the technology, the weapons, the genetic engineering knowledge to claim it as their own, while we fought super mutants and radiation storms, while we struggled to grow crops in poisoned soil, while we killed each other over clean water and ammunition. They'd be sleeping peacefully in their cryogenic pods, dreaming of their promised land, believing they'd earned it by being genetically superior and politically connected. If this story has kept you listening this far, and you want more of these dark confessions from the wasteland, hit that like button. It really motivates me to create similar Fallout lores. Because I'm not done. There's more. So much more. And the worst part is realizing that the Enclave we fought in the wasteland, the ones at the oil rig and Raven Rock and the various outposts scattered across America, they might just be the ones who didn't make the cut. The second string, the ones deemed unworthy or unnecessary for the Exodus Fleet. We've been fighting the Enclave's rejects, while their best escaped 2 centuries ago. The terminal entries at Bloomfield, the ones that survived the neglect and raider vandalism, they paint a picture of those final hours. November 4th, 2076. Enclave seizure complete. Hermes 13 retrofit at 87%. Estimated completion date, November 30th. Plenty of time before projected war commencement in mid to late December, November 15th, 2076. Delays in cryogenic bay installation. Revised completion date, December 20th. Timeline acceptable but growing tighter. December 2nd, 2076. Critical fuel shortage. Primary reserves diverted to vault technology per executive order. Secondary reserves insufficient for full mission profile. Requesting emergency authorization to commandeer fuel from civilian sources. December 18th, 2076. Fuel situation critical. Hermes 13 cannot launch without minimum thrust margins. Evacuation timeline in jeopardy. Initiating contingency Omega. Secondary sites activated. Essential personnel and Vanguard assets being transferred to alternate launch facilities. That's the last entry before the bombs fell. They were transferring people and resources to the backup sites, abandoning the Hermes 13 because they couldn't get enough fuel in time, which means somewhere, at some other facility I haven't identified yet, they might have had everything they needed. They might have launched, and if they launched, they took with them every technological advantage, every scientific breakthrough, every medical advancement that could have helped us rebuild. They left us with radioactive ruins and failing technology while they carried the sum total of human achievement to the stars. I'm going to find those secondary sites. I'm going to uncover every hidden facility, every ghost budget, every classified project, and I'm going to prove that the Enclave elite abandoned us. Because if there's even a chance they're out there, if there's even a possibility that they succeeded, then every faction fighting over the wasteland needs to know the truth. The Brotherhood hoarding technology, the NCR trying to rebuild democracy, the Enclave remnants clinging to their vision of America. They're all fighting over scraps while the real prize sailed away into infinity. I found the first real proof 3 months ago. Not speculation, not inference. Actual hard evidence that at least one secondary launch site existed and might have succeeded where Bloomfield failed. There's a dead Enclave outpost in Colorado, buried so deep in the mountains that even the Brotherhood survey teams haven't found it. I only located it because one of the Bloomfield terminals had encrypted coordinates hidden in the maintenance schedules. Someone, probably an engineer like me who knew things were wrong, left breadcrumbs for anyone smart enough to follow them. The coordinates led to what official maps call an abandoned mining facility, but the mining company that supposedly owned it never existed. The deed was registered to a shell corporation wholly owned by the Department of Defense. The facility entrance was concealed behind a rock slide that looked natural but had precision charges buried in it, the kind you use when you want to permanently seal something but make it look like an accident. It took me 2 weeks to clear enough debris to squeeze through. What I found inside made every risk, every sleepless night, every moment of paranoia worth it. The facility wasn't large. 3 underground levels, most of the equipment stripped out and removed before the bombs fell. But they couldn't take everything. They left behind the things they thought nobody would ever find. Launch trajectory calculations, scrawled on a blackboard in what must have been the mission planning room. Cryogenic pod serial numbers that match the Vanguard manifest from Bloomfield, and a launch schedule dated October 15th, 2077, 8 days before the Great War. The schedule listed 3 vehicles, Delta 7, Echo 3, and what they called the package. No details on what the package contained, but the weight specifications matched a small spacecraft capable of carrying maybe 50 people plus cargo. The launch windows were staggered, Delta 7 on October 20th, Echo 3 on October 22nd, the package on October 25th. October 25th never came. The bombs fell on the 23rd, but Delta 7 and Echo 3, those launch dates came before the war. Those ships might have made it off the ground. I found fuel consumption logs that supported this. The facility had atomic fuel reserves sufficient for 3 launches, and the logs showed 2 complete fueling operations. Delta 7 on October 19th, Echo 3 on October 21st, both completed successfully. Both vehicles departed per mission parameters. Destination coordinates were redacted from every document, but the trajectory calculations on that blackboard told me enough. They weren't heading to Mars. They weren't heading anywhere in our solar system. Those angles pointed toward interstellar space, toward star systems dozens of light years away. 2 ships escaped. At minimum, 2 ships carrying Enclave elite and their precious inheritance packages successfully launched before the nuclear apocalypse erased human civilization. And the facility had contingency plans for a third launch that never happened because the world ended too soon. Do you understand what that means? While everyone else was dying in nuclear fire, while vault dwellers were being subjected to experiments, while the wasteland was being born in radiation and horror, somewhere between 50 and 100, Enclave officials and their families were accelerating toward another world. Right now, 200 years later, they're either still frozen in cryogenic sleep, drifting through the void, or they're already there, already awake, already building their new society on some distant planet where the sins of Earth can't touch them. The really sick part is what else I found at that facility: medical records. The Delta 7 and Echo 3 passenger manifests included children, infants, babies who'd never seen Earth's surface, born into FAR, the Enclave elite, and immediately prepared for evacuation. I found a crayon drawing pinned to a wall in what must have been a family quarters area, a child's rendering of a rocket ship flying toward a yellow sun, with the words going to the new home written in unsteady letters underneath. That kid is out there now, frozen or awake. Either way, they're somewhere beyond our reach. They'll grow up never knowing about the wasteland, never seeing the consequences of their parents' cowardice. They'll be told stories about brave pioneers, fleeing a doomed world, not the truth about abandoning billions to die. I think about that drawing a lot. I think about what that child would say if they knew the real cost of their ticket to the stars. Every vault experiment, every person who died screaming from FEV exposure, every wastelander who struggled to survive in the ruins, they're the price that kids' parents paid for their escape, and the kid will never know. They'll grow up thinking they're the righteous survivors of humanity's folly, not the beneficiaries of humanity's greatest betrayal. But here's what bothers me even more than the successful launches: the package, the third vehicle that never made it off the ground because the war came too fast. The facility logs indicated the package was already loaded, already fueled, already in final countdown when the bombs started falling, and then nothing. No launch confirmation, no abort sequence, just silence. Which means that spacecraft might still be there. Somewhere near that Colorado facility, there could be a fully fueled, fully loaded evacuation vessel sitting on a hidden launch pad, waiting for a countdown that ended 200 years ago. And if it's still there, if it survived the war and the subsequent environmental chaos, then everything it contains is still intact. The people in cryogenic suspension, the embryos, the cultural archives, the weapon specifications, the genetic engineering data, everything the Enclave considered essential for rebuilding their vision of humanity. I've been searching for it. 3 months of combing the mountains, following old access roads, checking every geological anomaly that might conceal a launch facility. I haven't found it yet, but I will. Because if that ship is still there, it represents something more valuable than caps, more important than territory, more dangerous than any weapon in the wasteland. It represents the ability to finish what the Enclave started. Someone could find that ship, wake those frozen colonists, access those databases, and learn exactly how to execute Project Exodus. Not to escape Earth anymore, that option's gone, but to reshape what remains. To use Enclave genetic screening and social engineering to determine who deserves to survive and who doesn't. To rebuild the exact power structure that caused this nightmare in the first place. The Brotherhood would kill for that technology. The NCR would start another war to claim it. And any surviving Enclave cells, if they learned it existed, they'd sacrifice every resource to recover their lost inheritance. That ship is a time bomb waiting to start the next great war. But there's another possibility that keeps me up at night, one that's somehow even worse than finding the package. What if the Enclave never stopped planning? What if the disaster at Bloomfield, the failure to launch the Hermes 13, what if that was just a setback, not the end? The Enclave survived the Great War. They had bunkers, resources, personnel. We fought them at the oil rig in 2242, over on the east coast at Raven Rock in 2277. They kept coming back, kept rebuilding, kept pursuing their vision of genetic purity and authoritarian control. Everyone assumes they were just trying to reclaim America, restore the old government, rule the wasteland. But what if they were still trying to leave? I found something in the Colorado facility that supports this. A message log dated 2176, exactly 100 years after the Enclave seizure of Bloomfield. Someone had accessed the facility's computers, someone with current Enclave encryption codes. They downloaded the trajectory data, the passenger selection protocols, the launch procedures, everything needed to plan another attempt. And the message they left in the system simply said, "Continuation protocols authorized. Project Exodus remains viable. Await further instructions." 2176. That's only 66 years ago. Whoever accessed that facility might still be alive. They might be working on it right now, gathering resources, screening candidates, building a new escape vehicle in some hidden location. The Enclave we've been fighting might not be trying to rule the wasteland at all. They might be trying to buy time while they finish what their predecessors started. Think about it. The oil rig had advanced technology, genetic research facilities, the capacity to produce PHEV weapons. But it also had something nobody talks about much: space vehicle components, propulsion systems. The Enclave on the oil rig were researching things that make no sense for conquering a wasteland, but make perfect sense if you're planning to leave it behind. The Poseidon oil rig wasn't just a headquarters, it was a construction facility. And when it exploded in 2242, what were they really building down there in the lower levels? Everyone focuses on the PHEV Curling 13, the genocidal bioweapon. But what if that was just the cover story? What if the real project was continuing Exodus, and they needed to eliminate the Wastelanders because you can't escape in a spacecraft if you're being attacked by everyone who figures out what you're doing? I don't have proof of this yet, just suspicions built on fragments and implications. But it fits. It explains why the Enclave has always seemed so disconnected from the reality of the wasteland, why their Conbring plans are so often grandiose and impractical for actually governing territory. They're not trying to govern. They never were. They're trying to escape, just like their predecessors. And every faction we've destroyed, every outpost we've raided, we might have just been pruning the branches while the root keeps growing deeper underground. Mr. House understood this, I think. His plan to use New Vegas as a launching point to take humanity's finest minds to the stars, that wasn't an original idea. That was him recognizing what the Enclave had been attempting and deciding to try it himself with different management. House was a genius, but even he couldn't pull it off alone. He needed resources, time, allies. He got killed before he could make it happen. But the fact that he tried, that he saw the same solution the Enclave did, that tells me something important. The urge to abandon Earth instead of fixing it isn't unique to the Enclave. It's a temptation that anyone with sufficient technology and resources will eventually face. Why struggle in the wasteland when you could sleep through the centuries and wake up somewhere clean? Why fight super mutants and radiation when you could leave them behind forever? The Hubologists understood this too, in their own twisted way. They found the S-Quetzal shuttle at San Francisco and immediately recognized it as an escape vehicle. Their whole religion about neurodynes and spiritual cleansing, that might have been their way of psychologically preparing for abandoning Earth. You tell yourself the planet is spiritually corrupted, poisoned by the psychic weight of the dead, and suddenly leaving everyone behind seems righteous instead of cowardly. They tried to launch multiple times, if you believe the different ending scenarios. They failed because they didn't have the technical knowledge the Enclave possessed. But they tried. How many others have tried? How many groups across the wasteland have stumbled onto pre-war space technology and thought, maybe we could leave? How many attempts have failed silently, never making it into any history we know? And how many might have succeeded without anyone noticing? That's what terrifies me most. Not that the Enclave might launch someday, but that they might have already launched multiple times, that there might be dozens of ships out there, that Earth is just the dumping ground for everyone who didn't make the cut or didn't have access to the escape vehicles. We think we're the survivors, the inheritors of human civilization, but maybe we're just the abandoned, the ones left behind to fight over the scraps, while the real humans, the chosen ones, sleep their way to paradise among the stars. I found one more thing in Colorado, a personal log hidden in a maintenance computer written by someone named Martinez, an engineer, Like me, she'd figured out what was happening, understood the betrayal, and she left a message for anyone who came after. She wrote, "They will tell you it was necessary. They will tell you the chosen few carried the torch of civilization to preserve humanity's future. Do not believe them. They were cowards who bought their escape with other people's suffering. If you find this, if you understand what happened here, make them remember, make them face what they did. Do not let them become heroes in some distant history. They were monsters, and they knew it, and they ran anyway. Martinez didn't make it out. Her body's probably still somewhere in those tunnels, another casualty of the Enclave's ambitions. But her message survived, and I'm going to make sure it reaches people who need to hear it. Because if the Enclave is still out there, still working toward Exodus, still planning to abandon us while pretending to rule us, then everyone needs to know the truth. The vaults weren't shelter, they were laboratories. The Enclave doesn't want to save America. They want to leave it. And somewhere out in the infinite dark between stars, there might already be Enclave colonists who escaped while we inherited hell. I need to tell you who I am now. Not my name, that still doesn't matter, but who I really was at Bloomfield. Because I lied earlier when I said I was just a structural engineer. That was true, but incomplete. I was more than that. I had clearance level 7, yes, but what I didn't mention was why they gave me that clearance in the first place. I'm the daughter of an Enclave founder. My father was part of the original shadow government that conceived Project Exodus in the first place. He died in 2073, killed in what they called a containment breach at one of the vault testing facilities. But I've seen the real reports. He was murdered because he wanted to stop the experiments. He'd seen
Hey, what's up, y'all? My name is Millennial Smark, and I'm bringing you the slop, the whole slop, and nothing but the slop. Creativity. Where is it? It feels like everybody is just taking an entity and using the entity without putting their spin on the entity. Where's the creativity, right? Where's the person to have an explosion of new ideas to come out of nowhere and have this gimmick or have this new match type or have this new structure or this new presentation put on the forefront and it actually identifying with today's generation? You go back to the 1980s, obviously with the explosion of cable and being able to see all these new great characters like Hulk Hogan and Randy Savage and Ultimate Warrior and Rick Rude, Jake the Snake Roberts, and the list goes on and on and on and on and on, right? You go to the new generation era and people can say as much as they want that, hey, it lacked creativity for the most part, it lacked structure for the most part, but it still had its own identity, right? The Ico Pro, the ECW-like looking structure as far as the arena, you know, it had its own stars. If for nothing else, you can say that, right? You look at the Attitude Era, can't really speak about the Attitude Era because it's already been said, right? The Ruthless Aggression Era with the new technology, new exploitation of a format. Everything changed with the times. But I feel like going throughout the 2010s and especially right now going throughout the 2020s after the pandemic, everything is at a standstill. The presentation is at a standstill. The superstars currently at the moment are at a standstill, as we talked about in the previous video. Look, I'll give you an example. I seen this interview with Dominic Mysterio, right? And credit where credit is due. I love me some Dirty Dom. No Diddy. But at the same time, I couldn't help but notice the things that he was saying in regards to the pinpoints that influenced his career. Because what he's talking about is not just specifically influencing, but it's just stealing. It is stealing. And you're doing a great job at your thievery, but there's nothing original there. You're stealing. This, what you're doing with Eddie, if it wasn't owned by WWE, would be blatant IP. IP theft. Easily copyright infringement. You'd be looking at a Razor Ramon situation, Scott Hall situation, circa 1996, if WWE didn't own the Eddie Guerrero gimmick, because they own the Eddie Guerrero rights, from my understanding. Why in the blue hell would you want to go out of your way to be something that you're not? Why would you want to go out of your way to take this old thing and not put a spin on it, but just have it directly represent who you are? Why take someone's skin and put it over your skin like you're Hannibal Lecter or some shit, right? Like you're Ed Gein or some shit. Why would you want to do that? I feel like I get secondhand cringe. I get secondhand embarrassment whenever I see shit like that. Now, credit where credit is due to a Dominic Mysterio for making it work. Credit where credit is due, where fortunately or unfortunately, depending how you look at it, there are a lot of people who are young enough where they don't remember Eddie Guerrero's run. Some of them not even born when Eddie was even alive. So they may look at Dominic Mysterio's gimmick, see that it's brought up to 2025, and say to themselves, hey, I never actually lived through the era of Eddie Guerrero. No different than how you see some of these people, the younger people who listen to music nowadays, especially hip hop and R&B music, and not even have the thought process to recognize that everything that they're listening to was already borrowed from some old R&B or hip hop track back in the late 90s, early 2000s, which in retrospect, those guys borrowed also from the 1960s. I get it. I understand it. But what I'm saying is, where's the originality for people like me of my age group to say, hey, why aren't you doing anything new? Isn't that, I feel like I've definitely seen that before. And trust me, it's not just a Dominic Mysterio, right? This goes way deeper past the point of just looking at gimmicks. We could talk about the in-ring action as well. Right? How long has it actually been? We've been going down this path for at least a good solid 15 years where we explicitly focused on the in-ring stuff. Explicitly, nothing else. Everybody on the card, from the opener to the main event, no matter what size, everybody's trying to do some flippy dippy athletic shit, right? No one is doing anything different from an athletic standpoint, because they feel like in order to get over with that audience and hold their attention, we have to do what the next guy is doing, to the point where when people say, oh, this guy is the best wrestler in the world, it's not too hard for me to at least understand why the next person who says the best wrestler in the world is completely different than what this person said. And the same thing can be said about this person who's going to say this wrestler is different and this wrestler is different, but they're the best and he's the best and everybody's the fucking best. No one stands out anymore. You go back to the 1990s, there were count them, 1, 2 names that stood head and shoulders above the rest as far as being known as some of the best wrestlers in the entire world, based strictly off of their mainstream appeal and what they brought to the table from the in-ring work. That was Shawn Michaels, that was Bret Hart. Two completely polar opposites of the spectrum when it comes to professional wrestling, but two extremely talented professional wrestlers. We don't have that anymore. Everybody wants to be a Will Ospreay. Everybody wants to be a Ricochet. Everybody wants to be a Pac, and no one stands out at all. And who do you think that influences as time goes on? It influences guys like a Javon Evans, for an example. Now, hopefully he stands out with his character as years go on, but it feels like he's starting to harp more and more on his in-ring ability as well. Not saying he's bad, not saying he's terrible, but I've been seeing Javon Evans and people like Javon Evans for over 15 years. Where does it end? When does the creativity start to spark up again? Right? Even with the things that they put a spin on, they can't even do that correctly. Ironically enough, tomorrow we have War Games. I'm not even here to harp on the aesthetics, right? I'm not here to harp on the fact that there's no roof, and the fact that there's no roof allegedly is because Triple H said that he wants to see wrestlers dive. I shit you not, he said that. And I quote, this man actually fucking said, allegedly, that he took the roof off of War Games because wrestlers want to jump. That's a true fucking story. But look at that. That's a spin on something that's completely old, right? The War Games has been around at this point in time for over 30 years. Yeah, that's a spin on something that's old. But for the better or for the worse? Because when I tuned into War Games, it was to see guys bloodied, beating the shit out of each other, not seeing a bunch of gimmicks, not seeing a bunch of flippy-dippy bullshit going around. That's the terrible part. That's the bad part. That's the bad spin. The bad spin is to not play into what is already curating professional wrestling as a whole being terrible. We already just got finished talking about the cruiserweights and the people who want to be like the cruiserweights, but they're 350 fucking pounds and everybody has to be this style. We've already talked about why that's negative, why that's bad, why everybody's attempting to do this shit. And your answer to that is to give them a match that was all about blood, that was all about rivalries hitting their climax and paying it off with guys just going in there and beating the shit out of each other and having a totally awesome story. You took that and you curated in order to play into the negatives of professional wrestling that we just got finished saying is bad. That we just got finished seeing right now is a pattern. It's a pattern that won't break because everybody feels that's the only way to get over with an audience nowadays. So we talked about the gimmicks not being refreshed at all. Everybody wants to be somebody who was cool about 20 years ago because, of course, they were cool 20 years ago. Everybody wants to do the same kind of flippy-dippy bullshit and all that stuff. Now we talk about the presentation. Now we talk about all the lights and the cameras and the shitty music that's playing because we have to look at the charts. You ever thought about the fact that the charts don't dictate people's taste overall? In the sense that the charts of today have the exact same effect as to how they had about 20 years ago? I can tell you off rip, I don't listen to music 20 years ago. 2005 going up, hell nah. You may hear some background music here and there from what I used to hear when I was coming on the bus at school. It has nothing to do with what I listen to. You hear hip hop music in the background. You hear music that I grew up on because I feel it fits the vibe. In reality, what I listen to on an everyday basis is jazz music and alternative rock music. Exclusively. From a jazz standpoint, I listen to Duke Ellington. I listen to Count Basie. I listen to Lady Day. I listen to Ella. I listen to Chet Baker. I listen to Charlie Hayden and the Quartet West. That's what I listen to in my downtime. Satchmo as well, yes. And when I want to get crunk, I listen to alternative rock music. I listen to college music. I listen to grunge music. You could say the big four of grunge: Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, Alice in Chains. Or you can go to even lesser bands, if you will, right? Their influences. I listen to the Pixies, yes, the guys who sang Orange Cassidy's theme song. I listen to Husker Du. I listen to the Minutemen, right? I listen to Social Distortion. Even proto-punk bands like the Stooges. Yes, Iggy Pop Stooges. Or even older proto-punk bands, I technically consider them that, like the Velvet Underground. What I'm getting at is trends that you see don't have to be something that you have to focus on to create the atmosphere of professional wrestling for people to engage with. Now, I understand why they're doing it. I get why they're doing it. But if you're the industry standard, why are you playing into trends? Isn't that kind of an oxymoron? You're the standard, but you're playing into the trends? I don't get that. I look back in 2002. I look back in 2003. I look back in 2004. You don't think hip hop music was gaining on the tracks? You don't think R&B music was gaining on the tracks or on the charts? Excuse me. You don't think they were gaining right there? You don't think 50 Cent wasn't the biggest artist in the world in 2003? Huh? You don't think Kanye West was right behind him in 2003? Are you tripping? You don't think Twista was there also? Huh? Are you slow right now? You don't think Chingy was a thing? I know, as trash as Chingy may be, huh? You don't think he wasn't there also? But you still play to the aesthetic of rock music. You still played to Trust Company, for an example, right? As trashy as they may be, you still played to the Limp Bizkits of the world. right? You still understood that even though these bands probably aren't charting as high as the hip hop artists who were gaining momentum in 2003, you still understood that presentation fits your presentation. It fits it more. So why aren't you harping on that? Why aren't you doing that? That's the standard when you're promoting stuff like that, to fit the aesthetic of your video packages. And this is not even me saying get rid of hip hop music, but what I am saying is get rid of the hip hop, not hip hop music, because that doesn't fit. It drags everything down. It dilutes everything. But because everybody wants to be the same, everybody has no creativity whatsoever, you keep dwelling more and more and more into this shitty music, which then has to coincide with the video packages, which is a shame, because if anything is good with the presentation in WWE nowadays, it's the video package. That's the only good thing they have going nowadays for the presentation. That shit is always solid, but it's WWE. Their video packages and vignettes and promos have always been on point. But you get what I'm saying though, right? You get what I'm saying? There's a sameness about professional wrestling that's been eating at me for the longest, and I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of seeing the same wrestlers go out there and wrestle the same type of match over and over and over and over and over again. I'm sick and tired of seeing wrestlers repurpose gimmicks, repurpose intakes, repurpose spots, repurpose, like if I have to see CM Punk pay influence and pay tribute to Bret Hart in one more fucking match. Same goes to FTR. If I have to see one more fucking wrestler go out there and spam somebody's stolen fucking finish, if I have to see one more fucking wrestler go out there and have a spam kick out fest because they themselves want to milk what Shawn Michaels and Undertaker used to get their match over, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. That's what I'm trying to get across. There's way too much of everybody doing the exact same thing to the point where no one is different. Because when everybody is trying so hard to be different, then that means everybody is being different, which means you're the same. You think just because you're going to tilt your head to the left, that is now going to mean and differentiate yourself from the person who tilt their head to the right? You both tilted your fucking heads. Just because one did it to the left and the other does it to the right doesn't negate the fact that both of you tilted your fucking heads. It doesn't negate the fact that you see a person go out there and they win a championship belt and they're going to have a year-long reign, and you know when they lose their championship belt to the next person, that person has to have a year-long reign, and then they're going to lose that belt to that person, and that person has to have a year-long reign. It gets infuriating after a while. Look at what's her name. Look at Athena. Someone put this out for ROH, right? I can't remember what the post was exactly, but you do realize it was something along the lines of, mind you, Athena, Ember Moon, the current ROH Women's Champion. Do you know the last 2 or 3 champions prior to Ember Moon was Roxy? Hear me out. Now, let me say this again. The last 2 previous reigns ago, the championship holder for Athena's Women's Championship was Roxanne Perez. 2 to 3 reigns ago was Roxanne Perez. She's been in WWE now for almost 5 years. And she was the second to the last holder of Ember Moon's current reign as ROH Women's Championship. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you understand the point that I'm trying to get across to you? If anything, that right there is what's affecting professional wrestling. I feel like this is a perfect compliment to the video I did a couple of days ago where I said everything feels like it's slowing down, where it feels like the pacing of professional wrestling and the momentum of professional wrestling isn't as fast as it used to be. It's things like this. It's things like this. And like I said in that video, I'll say the same thing here. Why are you continuously doing something that you know is not gaining you anything. People like to bring up, I seen this one fuckhead said in the comment section, oh, are you guys really gonna say WWE is failing when they're making the most money right now? Through contracts. You do know this, right? And their contracts have nothing to do with their actual ratings and viewership numbers we can see going down continuously. And then they say things, for an example, like, well, cable television is dying. But that argument is never brought up whenever I'm going after AEW. Never brought up. I use that same argument as far as ratings and television decline for AEW. Does it ever get brought up then? No. And I'll say the same thing I said about the AEW people as I'll say about the WWE people. Doesn't fucking matter. Either you have a product that people want to watch, because there are still people who watch cable television in the millions and millions. You either have, even with cable television dying, you either have a product that people want to watch and your numbers go up, or you don't have a product that people don't want to watch and your viewers and your numbers don't go up. It's as simple as that. You can cope as much as you want. They had 2 million views. SmackDown, they had 2 million views last year, and they had in the mid 1 million thousands, or 1 million thousands. They were in the mid 1 millions when they were in USA, and now they're floating between the upper 900,000s and the lower 1 millions. What you can't talk about is the fact that there's a decline. Say whatever the number is, say whatever you want to cope, there's still a decline right there, dead in your face. How do you actually cope with that? You can't. And that comes from the sameness we've been talking about. Look at the Attitude Era. And yes, I'm going to bring up the Attitude Era. Look at the fact that none of the wrestlers, almost no one, used their real names. To the point that when Kurt Angle used his real name, it stood out. Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock, The Undertaker, Kane, Mankind, Cactus Jack, and Dude Love, Triple H, X-Pac, Road Dogg, D'Lo Brown. Listen to all of these names, bro. Gangrel, Edge, Christian. Listen to these names that when people use first names and last names, it stuck out. Nowadays, Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns. Yeah, to the point that I'll give credit where credit is due with CM Punk. He's the only one with an actual cool fucking name. He's the only one with a natural fucking creative name. Everybody else, I don't know, McGee Stevens, I don't know, John Smith. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. There's no creativity in professional wrestling currently right now, and it's ruining the business. Let me know your thoughts down in the comment section below as to what you think can break up this pattern of behavior. Do you feel at the very least what I'm saying makes any sense? And if you feel there's something that you can at least let credence to as far as saying, Devontae, you were wrong, because this thing is not a complete complacent piece of shit, and it's not following the standard bearer, and it's actually helping wrestling, then by far, go ahead, comment section, say, rant, do whatever you want to do. I'm very curious to hear what your opposition is. But with that being said, I'll be back tomorrow for the Survivor Series pay-per-view, and hopefully they won't, jump off a cage with a trash can on their heads. Oh wait, no, he already put that tweet up. She already put the tweet out. She's ready to flip off cages with trash cans on their head, because that's what you do in war games, right? Sting and Vader, they hit backflips with trash cans on their heads off the steel cage. Totally. Gotcha, buddy. Deuces and a P. Nice.
Forbes. Pleba. Oh, Pleba? You bitch? Shishiba. Dag.
Buena Fwin, Quink.
Frickajator. Smirk.
So great.
Are we? Oh.
Finib Schwabe. Yibs.
Ooh. Clevitate. The snake is correct.
Yay,
I'll
boo.
lay in the gum. Shall go by. Green. Kwambasuba. So. Ooh. Ruhana de Lopa. Oh, yeah. Baron Got. Axawa. Waxolanu.
As an avid Roman Reigns glazer, when it comes to the tribal glaze, the Heels Advocate is #1 on the charts, okay? You go to spotify.com/Roman Reigns glaze, and the first thing that you will see is a Heels Advocate smiling with all of his teeth grilled up. You know what I'm saying? That's what the Heels Advocate has all been about. And, you know, honestly, the thing about the Heels Advocate is, like, I don't want to break kayfabe here, but, you know, me, like, actually, personally, genuinely, I don't really particularly think that Roman Reigns is outstanding in any particular way. Obviously, you know, when I'm like trying to, you know, goof around, I'll say that, you know, he's the guy with the perfect eyes, the perfect beard, the perfect neck, the perfect back, the perfect fists, the perfect hands, the perfect feet, the perfect knees, the perfect quads, the perfect back, the perfect arms, the perfect triceps, the perfect biceps, the perfect shoulders, the perfect traps, the perfect teeth, the perfect tongue, the perfect lips, the perfect ears, the perfect, if yes, some smell what the tribal glazer is cooking. Anyway, right now, I really hate Roman Reigns, okay? Honestly, I just cannot stand what the hell is going on with him. You know, to me, it kind of feels like the people that were complaining about Kratos from God of War turning into kind of like a crybaby, you know? He used to be the God of War. He was ruthless. He was relentless. He destroyed worlds. He destroyed realms. He destroyed Mount Olympus. He destroyed Zeus and like Ares, right? He destroyed everything. And now, like, people look at him and like, Atreus, boy, you do not know everything, boy. But at least I know the truth now. The truth. You are a god, boy. From a land far from here. Right? Now, that is exactly what Roman Reigns feels like. And that would be a good thing if it actually had a proper arc to it. But no, instead, what do we get, okay? He gets written off of TV at the 2025, you know, this year's Royal Rumble. He gets hit with a curb stomp, and I guess just because Rollins did the curb stomp with 2 feet, that was all of a sudden like worthy of him being gone for 4 months. Okay, he gets written off TV. He comes back for a BS match with Seth and Punk at WrestleMania. That ends the following Monday Night Raw. He gets written off of the TV by the Vision because he got hit with a few tsunamis. And then he comes back, in the lead up to SummerSlam, again 4 months later. He has a stupid match at SummerSlam, a stupid tag match. He looks like a bum in that. And then he comes back out of there, going into Clash of Paris, a match with Big Back Bronson Reed. I mean, honestly, I was looking at that match, and I'm thinking to myself, like, why is Roman Reigns flopping for this guy so hard? Like, why is he selling for him? You know, why is he bumping for him so much? You know, and listen, for me, the idea is this: if you want to have the Vision go up against Uso and Reigns, have him win. right? Have him win. It's a tag match. Have him win, you know? It won't take away from Roman and Jay, but just, you know, it'll add to their character. No, they lost it. And then, you know, Greed goes in there against Roman and he loses as well. So my question then becomes, what is the point for them even to have a match? I mean, Roman is not going to look particularly strong out of that. I mean, like, who cares about big back Brunson Greed? I mean, you know, he lays on his back, right? And he spreads his leg. You look at his crotch area and all you see is just jock itch discoloration and like fungi toenails. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, beating that guy... beating that beating that guy doesn't prove anything, bro. You know what I'm saying? And then to add insult to injury, okay, he comes back out again after that match with Braun Breaker. He gets back in the ring and they completely just take care of Roman Reigns, beat him, you know, to a pulp. Tsunamis on stretchers, tsunamis on Jay, tsunamis on everybody, and Roman Reigns once again is out of commission. And we all know why. You know, he goes in there to film that little fuck-ass Street Fighter movie with fucking 50 Cent in there, bro. What movie with 50 Cent ever since Get Rich or Die Trying, like, actually did something, all right? You know, maybe we can, like, you know, like movies, bro. I'm not talking about power. I'm talking about movies. You know what I'm saying? So right now, we know why Cody and Roman are gone. For a stupid little Street Fighter movie, and then he has the audacity to go on like Stephanie McMahon's podcast and then talk about, yeah, you know, I will always be here, I will always be a wrestler, I don't want to be a guy that will leave wrestling to do Hollywood. But I'm thinking to myself, okay, that's all good and well, but first of all, let's address the elephant in the room. Are you even a fucking wrestler? You know, I think he has had more days on set than he has had in the WWE television. That might be a crazy take, but that actually might be the truth. All right? People want to talk about, yeah, but what about the travel? I don't care about the travel. I only care about what I see, okay? How many episodes of Monday Night Raw has this guy been on for the entire year? He hasn't been here, okay? And my issue is so deep that it cuts to the core issue with the WWE. It ain't about Roman Reigns. True, like, to be honest, it ain't about Roman. Well, of course it is, but my problem just stems from the fact that we can't move on, okay? We can't move on. We can't move the needle further in the WWE. Why? Because, you know, Roman Reigns still hasn't gone after his rematch. He hasn't done that, and he will never
and looking like it could be generational. A stacked roster, young international stars, huge stars returning, and a chance to move on from a bloodline-heavy saga and war. Everyone expected a year full of long-term storytelling, interesting character arcs, and satisfying payoffs. And the kind of cohesive booking that defined Triple H in his early tenure, and especially in NXT. Not to mention, expectations were also high after the Raw on Netflix debut, where it felt like WWE were going to show out for their huge new partnership. A chance to write cinema amidst John Cena's final year.
To paraphrase Big Smoke, all you had to do was follow the damn train, Triple H.
Instead, WWE delivered one of the most inconsistent, frustrating, momentum-killing years in recent memory. Some booking mistakes were small, and some were catastrophic. Some were just insulting, but all of them contributed to a year that felt like WWE couldn't figure out what story it wanted to tell. And even in the few glimmering moments, it would quickly be squandered by a boring, repetitive weekly product. The Royal Rumble is usually the most exciting night of the year because it's an unpredictable reset for the entire company, and a chance to set the tone for the road to WrestleMania and sometimes the entire year. Instead, 2025 delivered one of the most baffling sets of decisions WWE has ever produced. Charlotte Flair won the Women's Rumble again.
Now, I will go ahead and say this, Charlotte Flair's arc in 2025 has made her progressively more and more likable.
But that's mainly in the latter half, because everything she's done with Alexa Bliss has been endearing and enjoyable. But winning the Rumble, nobody asked for this and nobody wanted it. Yes, she came back from a year-long injury, but the division was full of women with momentum who deserved it more. Yet WWE went back to the same well and the status quo. And the poor decisions, well, they didn't stop there because Jey Uso won the Men's Rumble. But he is beloved, charismatic, and over with a large portion of the audience. But even still, him winning the Royal Rumble and later the championship felt incredibly tone deaf.
Jey hanging in there! Jey wins! Jey Uso is going to WrestleMania!
Yes, it was a shocking moment, but everyone was expecting Cena to win his final Rumble, setting up for what at the time seemed like a retirement tour you just couldn't mess up. Jey was once loved damn near universally. People were so gassed when he won the IC title, but WWE went too far and turned a large portion of fans on Jey Uso this year. The revolt only got stronger with the next bad piece of booking when he won the world title from Gunther at WrestleMania.
Gunther's offense around him. Uso's got it locked in on Gunther. Gunther's fading. Gunther taps out. Jey Uso wins the damn title.
A feel-good moment, but terrible booking. Gunther tapping out to Jey is the kind of damage we are still lingering from, in my opinion. Gunther's entire presentation, years of aura built, domination, violence gone in a single match and a single moment. Not from anything super grandiose, but from his own move, which he shouldn't have struggled with in the first place. Especially from Jey Uso, who is not a submission magician. It downgraded Gunther, it made the monster look fragile, and it damaged his entire mystique. And Jey Uso just wasn't ready to carry the world title, and his entire reign exposed that. John Cena's farewell tour should have been the emotional anchor of 2025. It should have been emotional, reflective, full of callbacks to his career, and tied to meaningful rivalries. And maybe most importantly, it should have been building to a grand finale, which had been thought about the second he announced it at Money in the Bank the year before. Instead, WWE turned it into a viral moment, which robbed us of half of his tour. Turning John Cena heel was one of the biggest what-ifs of his entire career. And if it was executed better, you'd maybe be able to say, okay, fair enough. There was no long-term plan, no payoff. The Rock was never showing up to finish the story. Travis Scott was there, but his relationship with WWE crumbled over the summer, leaving John Cena with a directionless, poor excuse of a heel turn. It robbed fans of a final big John Cena WrestleMania entrance. His 17th world title win featured Travis Scott but no Rock, ruining the moment. It also robbed fans of a true final Randy Orton, R-Truth, and CM Punk feud. Cena deserved a celebration of his 2 decades, and instead, we got a series of poor, directionless, inconsistent booking with a lot of Logan Paul. One of the most frustrating story casualties of the entire year was the bizarre and inconsistent handling of R-Truth, a performer who has proven time and time again that he can absolutely get anything over. With money to print and gold in their hands, the Ron Killings heel run should have been sensational.
You think I'm some sideshow act? You think I'm a gimmick? Oh my God, no.
And WWE somehow still managed to mess it up. He wrestled Cena during the farewell tour at SNME, which could have been a true callback to their underrated 2011 feud, shout out to Capital Punishment. It could have been a fun nostalgia feud and a boost for Truth's credibility, even a launching pad for something serious to mix it up later in the year. Instead, WWE treated it like a novelty act. A cute little, look at R-Truth having a big match, he is goofy and John Cena's his favorite, woohoo, instead of a real story.
Oh! AA delivered!
It had little build, little interaction on the road to the match, and then Cena moved on. And then following up all of those confusing decisions, they let R-Truth go, which resulted in huge backlash. After a ton of uproar from talent and fans alike, he would make a shocking return at Money in the Bank. WWE teased something genuinely intriguing. A serious, grounded version of R-Truth, now known as Ron Killings, trying to be taken seriously again. Not a comedy gimmick, not a confused character, not a nostalgic callback Cena fan, but a man who wanted respect.
So how much did fans play a role in it, or was there something else that made you guys decide, like, you know what, we want this guy still here?
I love the question. You enjoying the show? Whole part of the show, man.
The man literally cut his hair on live television in one of the best and most shocking moments of 2025. They gave us a few great promos that suggested Truth was shedding the goofy persona and showing fans a side of him we hadn't seen since TNA. The whole world was buzzing, people were ready to see Ron Killings. But then the arc was abandoned almost instantly. No huge payoff, no defining match, no rivalry to cement the change. And eventually, no mention of it ever happening.
Personality on Raw gave himself a free haircut.
He spent a while calling out Cena on SmackDown only for Cena to never respond.
I'm driving on my terms. Cena, get out here.
Then he got muddled amidst an Aleister Black feud, and eventually it was just dropped altogether. There was no more Ron Killings. He was just R-Truth again.
If you back, I'm back. We back.
Remember you made that kid in Brussels cry? And then you said you wanted to ruin wrestling. I mean, come on, did you really think that would work?
Truth was reduced back to a comedy character again within months. WWE boiled him right back to who he was before. It wasn't just a tone shift, it was total regression of a character that could have been something so special this year. 2025 had the talent to be one of the best years in the history of women's wrestling for WWE, and with certain matches it absolutely delivered. I think about Io Sky versus Rhea Ripley versus Bianca Belair at WrestleMania, for example.
Io Sky over the moonsault, cover on Belair, Sky wins, Io Sky wins.
Io Sky retained in a huge moment, but then barely wrestled for months. It just killed her momentum, it killed the title's momentum, and it hurt the division's credibility. Things began to pick up again with Naomi winning Money in the Bank and eventually cashing in successfully to win the Women's Championship.
Off the post, split-legged moonsault, covered by Naomi. Naomi's the world champion. Holy cow!
But she would relinquish the title due to pregnancy, leading to Stephanie Vaquer beating Io in a vacant title match. And it really doesn't help that Bianca Belair has spent most of this year out with a finger injury, because I think if she could have been around, it would have added a lot to the women's world title picture, and it would have added a lot to Stephanie's reign thus far. The women's mid-card titles were introduced with promise but became props. And again, in some aspects, they've had their moments. But not having either new belt be defended at WrestleMania was terrible. Later in the year, Becky Lynch and Lyra Valkyria provided credibility to the IC belt, but the US title on SmackDown was filled with no meaningful programs and more confusing booking. Chelsea Green winning the title was a beloved moment, which eventually had her losing a lot, and then she dropped the belt to Zelina Vega. Zelina Vega's reign wasn't memorable, and Julia... How much time do we have? This one really still stings. Julia was one of the most exciting signings in WWE history. A star with legitimate global buzz, and on main, they gave her a stop-stop push, no coherent story, short meaningless matches, C-level opponents like B-Fab and Michin with all due respect, no consistent character direction. This is a generational talent being treated like a lower mid-carder. They didn't have her win the belt on PLE, she didn't defend it on PLE. In my opinion, the only good takeaway from her entire run this year is the partnership with Kiana James, because otherwise,
to sound drastic, it's been a damn character assassination.
And on a wider scale, a consistent complaint is that the women this year have received so many meaningless stories. Very few character arcs, personal stakes, long-term feuds, and promos that kept repeating the same catchphrases and lines over and over again, like Tiffy time. The fact you made Tiffany Stratton this boring and repetitive catchphrase drone is baffling in its own right. Women's wrestling in WWE didn't fail because of talent, because they have tons and tons of it. It failed because the booking forgot to treat it seriously. And speaking of the booking, lazy booking has become a consistent aspect of WWE in 2025. Rematch after rematch, storylines that didn't resolve or don't evolve, matches built with no promos, stories built with no matches, segments that repeated themselves week after week. I mean, damn near every episode of Raw since WrestleMania has involved the same tired rotation of stars or angles. Very rarely has it strayed away from the Vision opening Monday Night Raw with the same promo, or the Vision dominating Raw with the same ending, or occasionally any combination of LA Knight, Jey Uso, Roman Reigns, or CM Punk getting the upper hand on the Vision, which was really the same thing anyway, since Raw frequently ended with a brawl or DQ in the same manner. And look, WWE's obsession with starting this wrestling show with people yapping has to stop, especially when the promos are so damn formulaic that you know what they're gonna say anyway. Because every time I turn on Raw to see yap as people walk into the building, yap to open the first segment, I truly understand why people call WWE a parody of pro wrestling. It is. Roman Reigns of himself has been the victim of lazy booking and appearances too. Sure, he's put over Bronson Reed this year, which was a huge W.
Reed, breaker! Shield!
But realistically, for a while, he's been in the same pattern of return, promo, Vision, match, get written off for a month or a few, and then come back and do the same thing. Even Rollins versus Punk, which should have been a generational feud given their years of genuine heat, it felt like it went from being a masterpiece on the Netflix debut to something that I never ever want to see again. Cody Rhodes, arguably the most naturally over babyface of the decade, got a second world title reign that has felt shockingly underwhelming. His booking amidst his Drew McIntyre feud could have been far more compelling. His Aleister Black feud could be interesting, but instead it's led him to War Games rather than defending the belt, and Aleister is in the call again. He's had predictable matches, little meaningful character growth, and even in some aspects confusing character growth, like when he won dirty against Drew McIntyre. Much like CM Punk, he's now stuck in a stale heroic babyface routine, one where both world champions have little depth and rinse and repeat the same shtick over and over again. Cody deserved a story with depth, like the Randy Orton feud, which has still yet to have a payoff. Sure, it might happen at WrestleMania, but that story has been hinted at for an eternity. One week, SmackDown can feel like the A show again, and then the next, it's a collection of filler segments and a completely missable episode. There's no consistent tone or vibe, no sense of direction, and an unbelievable lack of brand split. SmackDown is a small example of WWE's big problem. You're rich with talent, but poor with stories. And finally, War Games. It used to be a highlight of the year, but 2025's version has felt mostly flat. There's no emotional glue, various missed story beats and inconsistencies, and damn near the same people in the match again. Over on SmackDown, WWE actually had gold on their hands with the tag division. For a minute there, everyone was cooking, and it culminated in a huge TLC match, which for some reason was left off WrestleMania. But then they had the Wyatt 6 return, and the entire tag division just stopped being interesting. Instead, they all turned their attention to the Wyatts and forgot to be individuals, resulting in boring TV. Over on Monday nights, Finn and JD won the belts only to not defend them for months and months, and then they lost them to the makeshift team of AJ Styles and Dragon Lee.
Am I the only one who remembers on Monday Night Raw when he was all like, someone here doesn't want me to succeed, and then we just, like, moved on?
One of the most heartbreaking creative abandonments of the entire year was the Bloodline Hunter Drew McIntyre. This is one that technically carried over from late 2024, where Drew was positioned perfectly. He was motivated, angry, betrayed, violent with a personal vendetta, and years of Bloodline interferences to get his payback. It should have been one of the easiest long-term storylines WWE could have told. A little bit like Kraven the Hunter, Drew McIntyre hunts down each member of the Bloodline one by one until he finally reaches the head of the table at WrestleMania. But unfortunately, WWE dropped it with no explanation, no pivot, no new direction, just silence. And what did Drew get instead? A character with no true identity. Nowadays, he just feels a little bit Now, I've mostly said my piece about LA Knight recently in my recent retrospective about his up and down run, but 2025 cooled him down so hard. WWE gave him feuds that went nowhere, stop-start pushes, losses with wins that didn't matter, and a frustrating point where he's right on the brink of being world champion, only for them to cut to black before it's his time.
But when it comes down to me and John Cena, my man, what you gotta find out is your time is up, my time.
You see what I mean?
He's still popular, but nowhere near where he should be by this point. I don't hate Jey Uso, but there's little denying that the spot he got should have gone to someone like LA Knight. Another huge failure of WWE's booking this year is El Grande Americano. The gimmick when allegedly Chad Gable was doing it, he's told me it wasn't him though, so. But at first, it was brilliant. Then Chad Gable got hurt and suddenly the gimmick was taken over. It's gone from something that worked and was hilarious to an entirely different being. Ludwig Kaiser is now the man under the mask alongside Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate as Rio and Bravo. Three excellent European and British stars completely fumbled to carry on a gimmick that they didn't get over in the first place. It's now a far cry from what it originally was, and it seems like WWE has completely lost the plot. Not to mention, I feel like everybody forgot about the American Maid storyline. When Chad Gable got injured, one of the final things he said to Brutus, Julius, and Ivy was that when he came back, he wanted to see them with gold, and they just haven't progressed that story at all. The Solo Sikoa vs Jacob Fatu storyline on paper should have been a war. The initial turn at Money in the Bank was a great moment. But instead, it became overproduced and convoluted with weak matches and no emotional payoff. Solo's bloodline has grown in its entertainment value since the Fatu feud, but their rivalry left a lot to be desired compared to other bloodline arcs. Oh, and speaking of weird bloodline decisions and booking, JC Mateo. What? Somehow, we're nearly in 2026 and the Judgment Day is still going. Now granted, the faction has its entertaining moments still, but this year has been filled with random tension plots, no real betrayal. It was just every now and again it seemed like Finn was going to take Dom out back, but then he'd calm down, lose on TV as usual, and we'd go back to square one. Funnily enough, it was rumored Balor would have a huge 2025, but I don't think so, pal. They then confusingly had a betrayal tease as Dom worked with Americano, Gargano, but it again fizzled out for the most part. However, Raquel Rodriguez and Roxanne Perez have been a lot more consistent. Raquel has had a real renaissance in her in-ring work this year, and Roxanne is the prodigy who has scored some big wins over notable names. JD McDonough has had a bit of a slept-on year, and Dirty Dom's 2025 picked up in the latter half after a lot of terrible booking trying to cool him off after WrestleMania. But overall, I say again, it's nearly 2026 and the Judgment Day is still going. Next year, it's about time to put this near 4-year faction to bed and let everyone do something else.
And as I've joked about in the past, if Chris Jericho comes back, makes them his faction, makes them his Painmakers or the Learning Tree again, and they go for another year, good luck, Charlie.
Brock Lesnar was a big shocking return for what exactly? He hasn't elevated anyone, he got an initial pop and then nobody really cared. He beat Cena in a very one-dimensional angle that went nowhere and wasted one of his final matches, and he came back amidst huge controversy and hasn't helped build anything or anyone. Even as of late, WWE continues to make bad booking decisions, like allowing the Lucha Bros to reunite in AAA instead of WWE. Rey Fenix and Penta getting back together is a moment that the people deserved on TV. You've been keeping them separate this whole time as they build up their own solo WWE careers, just to throw the huge tag return all away. A-Town Down Under also broke up this year via social media, which was one of the strangest, most anticlimactic decisions of the year amidst Austin Theory's injury. Grayson Waller has become the background act to another incredibly poor part of the year, The New Day. After their heel turn, The New Day on paper should have had an insane 2025.
I broke my neck! What do you mean? I've been doing my best. You left us! Yeah, you broke your neck. So what? A decade, man. A family. Come on, man.
They turned on Big E with nuclear heat on their backs and betrayed him in a heartbreaking moment. Sure, they won at WrestleMania, but it's been the most mundane, skippable heel arc in recent memory. Woods and Cove can still provide entertaining moments on rare occasions, but without Big E to give them their comeuppance, the story felt unfinished and disappointing. If Big E was never going to wrestle again, which I understand, I would have rather them just celebrated 10 years of the New Day and then went their separate ways. An Xavier Woods solo run is something that has been teased before. Why not mix it up by having him try to show that this year?
Advertise stuff. Advertise stuff. Go in a circle.
Now, this deserves its own video because it doesn't directly relate to the booking, although it does feed into their lack of attention to great booking, opting for advertisers and money over a good show. The WWE is littered with ads and brand deals nowadays. Weapons are sponsored, as is the ring mat, the announce table, superstars themselves. Every single aspect of this show is driven for profit rather than entertainment, and that's incredibly depressing. Even down to the WrestleMania debacle, with at least 3 to 4 locations being in line or promised a WrestleMania, but instead WWE opting to announce a Saudi WrestleMania for 2027. Again, money and profit above all. There are probably even more that I could mention, but this covers a lot of WWE's mistakes this year. And with this video, I'm not trying to say the entire year has been terrible, because there's been a lot that I have liked as well.
It's just not the topic of the video, you know, that's not what this
But
is.
I think overall, the bottom line is 2026 in WWE must be better. It has to be.
Nope, sir. Bruhana Vitsu. Lamarck Amidi? Spade. Oh, Ina. Oh, Dad. Zuli. Hussam? Oh, Hilbig. Lens. Feed. Oh, but. Oh. Got.
Welcome back, Wasteland Wanderers. Today's lore takes us beyond the irradiated ruins, beyond the familiar threats of raiders and super mutants, into a conspiracy that spans 4 centuries. We're diving into the truth about the Zetans, the alien force that's been watching humanity since the samurai walked feudal Japan. From abducting warriors in the 1600s to harvesting soldiers at Anchorage, they've been studying us, collecting us, preparing for something we can barely comprehend. The light came for me in the wasteland. This is my confession. The light came for me in the fiction wasteland, a beam from the sky that froze my legs and lifted me towards something that shouldn't exist. I thought I knew every threat the capital wasteland could throw at me. Raiders, super mutants, death claws prowling in the dark. But nothing prepared me for what grabbed me that night, near the crashed ship. My name doesn't matter now. What matters is what I saw, what I learned, what they've been doing to us for 400 years. I woke in a cell aboard Mothership Zeta, metal walls, strange lights, and surrounding me, creatures from nightmares with bulbous heads and skin the color of decay. But the creatures weren't the worst part. The worst part was meeting the others, the ones who'd been taken before me. There was Toshiro Kago, a samurai from Japan's Edo period. Let that sink in. He was abducted sometime between 1568 and 1603 during the Azuchi Momoyama period. Over 400 years ago, the Zetans froze him in cryogenic stasis, with his sword still at his hip and fury still in his eyes. When we thawed him out, he couldn't speak English. We couldn't speak Japanese, but the rage in his face needed no translation. Then there was Colonel Hartigan, an American astronaut who disappeared during the 1960s space race. You know the story they told the public? High-altitude weather balloons. His capsule, Clarabella 7, got tangled in weather balloons and crashed. Never recovered the body. That's what they said. That's what they always say. But I found Hartigan aboard Zeta, dead in a cryopod. The stress of what they did to him, combined with pod malfunctions, killed him before we could wake him up. His spacesuit was still pristine. His Clarabella 7 capsule sat in their research lab like a museum piece. And in the ship's logs, I heard his screams, heard him try to make peaceful first contact, heard him believe humans and aliens could learn from each other. They tortured him anyway. Private Elliot Turkorian was there too, a medic with the 108th Infantry Battalion stationed at Anchorage, Alaska. He told me about the day they took him. It was January 2077, just months before the bombs fell. He and his squad had spent the day in the trenches, patching up soldiers torn apart by Chinese artillery. They were exhausted. They'd pitched their tents for the bod. Night. Then Private Dawkins started screaming. Elliot said there was this blue light from the sky, bathing Dawkins in an otherworldly glow. They all froze, watched him vanish into nothing. Moments later, that same light took all of them, every member of his medical team, gone from the battlefield. The Chinese probably thought they developed some new American weapon. They had no idea. Neither did anyone else. See, the Zetans have been harvesting humanity's most important people for over 4 centuries. Not random abductions, targeted acquisitions. They took Toshiro Kago, a Tosher warrior from feudal Japan. They took Colonel Hartigan, who had knowledge of America's space program. They took Elliot and his unit during one of the most critical battles of the Resource Wars. And they took Giles Wollstonecroft, the Assistant Chief Executive Officer of Vault-Tec Corporation. Think about that. The second highest ranking executive of the company building humanity's survival bunkers. They grabbed him while he was inspecting the construction of Vault 76, somewhere between 2064 and 2069. What did they learn from interrogating him? What secrets did he spill about the Vault system that was supposed to preserve humanity through nuclear war? What did they discover about our survival strategies, our continuity plans, our last desperate attempts to endure the apocalypse? I found audio logs, dozens of them, recordings of interviews with human subjects spanning centuries. A linguistics specialist from the United States Space Administration named Holly Beresford, a United States senator whose name was redacted from the files, someone from inside the White House itself, people with access to America's most classified projects. The Zetans weren't just collecting specimens, they were gathering intelligence. In the Capital Wasteland, there's a group called Query Verum, or there was. 3 members, Reed, Underwood, Banks, and Combs. Small-time conspiracy theorists who believed the government was hiding alien contact. Everyone called them crackpots, laughed at them, dismissed their theories as paranoid fantasy, but they were right. In 2063, Query Verum tried to prove their theory. They stole something they believed was clearly inspired by alien technology from the government, a prototype plasma pistol called the Mplex Nova Surge. They thought it would be their smoking gun, evidence that the United States had been reverse engineering Zetan tech. They thought it would expose the conspiracy. It got them killed instead. By May of that year, the group was eradicated. Reed suspected they were betrayed by Dr. Aldwin Morley, a double agent. The government, or the Enclave, or whoever was running the cover-up, they hunted down every member and erased them. The Nova Surge was recovered. The Zetans got it back eventually, and the truth stayed buried. But here's what makes me sick. The official record suggests Enclave power armor and energy weapons were human achievements, innovations developed by American scientists through hard work and ingenuity. But I've seen the original designs aboard Zeta, blueprints marked with symbols no human language uses, schematics that look nothing like anything we could have created. The Enclave's plasma weapons, alien tech, their advanced robotics, reverse engineered from Zetan artifacts. Even Wilson Automatoys, a children's toy company, was accused of using extraterrestrial technology in their products. Imagine that. Your kid's giddy-up buttercup built from blueprints that came from the stars. The government knew. They've known since the 1960s, when Hartigan's disappearance couldn't be explained away. In 2062, after years of incidents they couldn't cover up, they officially recognized the existence of extraterrestrial life. But it was classified at the highest levels, cosmic top secret, above the president's eyes only clearance. The cover-up was immediate and total. Weather balloons, swamp gas, mass hysteria, Project Blue Book declaring every sighting a misidentification. Meanwhile, behind closed doors, scientists in classified facilities were tearing apart alien artifacts, learning, adapting, weaponizing. They found alien bodies. I know they did. There was one at Fort Bannister in the Capital Wasteland, Subject Z05, held at an Enclave research facility in Appalachia. They studied it, experimented on it, just like the Zetans experimented on us. During the Battle of Anchorage, American soldiers reported strange lights in the sky before entire units vanished. Elliott's squad wasn't the only one. Private Dawkins, Sergeant Daniels, Private Beckett, whole medical teams disappearing. In blue light, while Chinese artillery pounded the mountains, The military wrote it off as enemy weapons, classified the reports, never told the families what really happened. In Appalachia, before the war, locals around Flatwoods kept reporting sightings of something they called the Flatwoods Monster, agents of the Zetans operating on Earth, abducting people from the wilderness. The law didn't take it seriously, dismissed the claims, called the witnesses crazy, but people kept disappearing, kept seeing things in the woods that shouldn't exist. The media ran stories about it, made it sound like folklore. A campfire tale to scare children. Nobody connected it to the alien presence that had been studying Earth for centuries. I found the ship's logs, every abduction recorded in meticulous detail, dates, locations, subject profiles. The Zetans have been patient, methodical, scientific in their approach. They didn't invade, didn't conquer. They observed, studied, harvested. They watched us develop from swords to firearms, from steam engines to nuclear reactors, from horseback to spacecraft. Every major leap in human technology they witnessed, every war, every innovation, every moment of triumph and catastrophe, and they took notes. When I walked through the engineering core of Mothership Zeta, I saw the evidence, specimens from every era of human history, artifacts from civilizations across millennia. In one section, Toshiro's ceremonial katana, taken from him 4 centuries ago. In another, Hartigan's spacesuit from the 1960s. In yet another, contemporary wasteland gear. Raiders, slavers, even super mutants and feral ghouls, all collected post-war. They're building something, a database, an archive of humanity's complete evolution. But for what purpose? Sally helped me understand some of it. She's a little girl who was abducted right after the Great War in 2077, 200 years old now, but still a child in a frilly dress because cryostasis doesn't age you. She's been aboard Zeta longer than anyone else. Who's still alive? She knows things, secrets, where they keep their most valuable specimens, how their technology works. She told me the Zetans get excited about the strangest things. Giddy up buttercups, those animatronic toy horses. The aliens become fascinated when they see one. She has no idea why. I found what looked like a sacrificial shrine to a giddy-up buttercup, a large circular chamber with the toy in the center, surrounded by human corpses arranged in a pattern. What kind of intelligence studies us for 400 years and builds shrines to our children's toys? If you're still with me after hearing this, hit that like and subscribe button. 2 motherships orbit Earth in 2277, Zeta and an unnamed twin, both massive, both armed with weapons that make our nuclear arsenal look like firecrackers. I've seen what their death ray can do. It has the power of a nuclear warhead, but it's precise, controlled. They could have glassed the entire planet centuries ago if they wanted, but they didn't. They chose to watch instead. That's what terrifies me most. Not their technology, not their cruelty, their patience. 400 years of observation, 400 years of abductions, 400 years of experiments, and they're still watching, still waiting. Waiting for what? I met Paulson aboard Zeta, a cowboy from the Old West, real leather chaps, 6-shooter on his hip, the works. He said he was hunting the aliens who took his wife, claimed they abducted her years before they got him. He tracked them across the frontier, following stories of strange lights and missing people. Everyone thought he was mad, a drunk chasing desert mirages. He found them anyway, or they found him. Either way, he ended up frozen for over 200 years, preserved like all the rest. When we thawed him out, the first thing he asked was whether we'd seen his wife. We hadn't. She's probably still on the ship somewhere, frozen in some cryopod we never found, or dead, experimented on until there was nothing left. The Zetans don't see us as people. We're specimens, lab rats, sources of data for whatever grand project they're conducting. I saw what they did to some of the subjects. The abominations, half-human, half-alien hybrids with translucent skin and minds consumed by rage. The Zetans call them their greatest triumph, genetic manipulation, combining human and alien DNA. These things don't think, don't reason. They just kill everything, everyone. No discrimination, no hesitation, pure violence encoded into their genes. The Zetans created them and then locked them in containment cells like guard dogs, released them when they needed, to clear sections of the ship during our uprising. I had to kill dozens of them. They used to be human. You could see it in their twisted faces, their deformed bodies. They used to have names, families, lives. The Zetans took all that and turned them into weapons. That's what they think of us. Raw material for experimentation. But the government knew about this. They knew about the abductions, the experiments, the threat hanging in orbit above our heads, and they did nothing. Worse than nothing. They covered it up, silenced anyone who got too close to the truth. After Hartigan disappeared in the 1960s, the existence of aliens became internally recognized by the government in 2062, not publicly acknowledged, internally recognized. There's a difference. It means the people in power knew. The Joint Chiefs knew. The Enclave knew. Probably the President knew. But they decided the American people couldn't handle the truth. So they lied. Repeatedly. Systematically. For over 100 years. Every UFO sighting, weather balloon, every abduction report, sleep paralysis, or mass hysteria. Every piece of evidence debunked by official channels and now buried in classified files. They set up Project Blue Book and similar operations to investigate UFO phenomena, but the real purpose was controlling the narrative, making sure nothing leaked that they didn't want leaked. Meanwhile, they were harvesting technology, reverse engineering everything they could get their hands on. When the Zetans made mistakes, when they lost a recon craft or left behind artifacts, the government swooped in, collected the debris, studied it in secret facilities, turned it into weapons. The Enclave plasma pistol isn't the only example. It's just the most obvious. The Emplex Novasurge prototype that Query Verum stole, that weapon was functionally identical to what the aliens use. Same energy signature, same internal components. The design was too advanced for 2063 human technology, way too advanced. But the official story was that Repcon Aerospace developed it, an American company with American scientists making American innovations, patriotic, comforting, completely false. I found more evidence aboard Zeta, blueprints, technical specifications, research notes in languages I couldn't read but recognized from the alien, computer systems. And I realized something that made my blood run cold. The Enclave didn't just reverse engineer Zetan technology. They understood it, mastered it, improved on it in some cases, which means they had access to alien materials for decades before the Great War, probably since the plan, 1960s, maybe earlier. How much of our pre-war technological advancement was actually ours? How much was stolen from crashed ships and abducted aliens? the plasma weapons that turned the tide at Anchorage, the power armor that made American soldiers unstoppable, the vertibirds, the advanced robotics, the fusion technology. How much was human ingenuity, and how much was alien science filtered through government labs? I think that's why the Enclave survived the Great War so well. They knew it was coming, not just the nuclear exchange with China. They knew about the Zetans, knew what was watching from orbit. They built their continuity of government protocols with that knowledge, planned for a world where humanity would be weakened, scattered, vulnerable, perfect conditions for an alien invasion. Except the invasion never came. The bombs fell in 2070. 200 years of nuclear winter, radiation, mutations, civilization collapsing into tribalism and barbarism. The Zetans watched it all happen, recorded every moment, studied how we adapted to the wasteland, how we mutated, how we survived, and they still didn't act, still didn't invade, still didn't intervene. Why? I've thought about this every day since I escaped Zeta. What are they waiting for? What threshold do we need to cross before observation becomes action? Are they waiting for us to reach a certain technology level, a certain population? Are they waiting for us to kill ourselves off completely? Or are they waiting for something else, something we can't even comprehend? So Ma had a theory. She was a slaver from the capital wasteland who got abducted same time as me. Smart woman, ruthless. She said maybe the Zetans are studying long-term evolutionary adaptation. They took Toshiro in the 1600s to see how humans were before industrialization. Took Hartigan in the 1960s to see us during the space age. Took pre-war soldiers and civilians to document us at our technological peak. Then took post-war survivors to see how we changed after nuclear apocalypse. 400 years of samples, 4 distinct eras of human development, all preserved in cryostasis for comparison, a living laboratory spanning centuries. It makes sense when you think about it. The Zetans aren't invading because we're not the prize. The data is the prize. Understanding how an intelligent species evolves under different pressures, how we fight, how we build, how we destroy, how we survive. We're their science project, and the experiment isn't over yet. Elliot had a different theory. He thinks they seeded life on Earth, that humans are actually an alien creation and the Zetans are checking in on their experiment. He got really paranoid about it. Started talking about how they're probably making exact copies of us, planning to send them back to Earth to take our places. Replace us, one by one, until there are no real humans left. I don't buy that one. Too complicated. But the fear in his eyes when he said it was real. He genuinely believed we might all be aliens already and not know it. Paulson thought they were demons. Literal demons from hell, collecting souls. He's from the 1800s. His worldview doesn't include space, travel, or genetic engineering. To him, anything that comes from the sky and steals people has to be supernatural. I tried explaining the science to him, but you can't reason someone out of a position they didn't reason themselves into. He just gripped his rifle tighter and said he'd kill every demon on the ship or die trying. Toshiro didn't care about theories. He just wanted his sword back. We found it in the waste disposal section, where the Zetans had thrown it after taking it from him 4 centuries ago. The moment we returned it to him, he became unstoppable, cut through aliens, like they were paper. 400 years of rage compressed into every swing. He didn't need to understand their motivations. He just needed to make them pay for what they'd stolen from him. Sally was the only one who tried to understand them on their own terms. She'd been studying them for 200 years, learned their routines, their behaviors, their weaknesses. She said they were afraid of us, not physically. They had better weapons, better technology, better everything, but they were afraid of human unpredictability. The Zetans are logical, methodical, everything they do follows patterns. But humans? We're chaos. We create art and philosophy alongside weapons of mass destruction. We show compassion to strangers and cruelty to our own families. We're capable of incredible cooperation and devastating betrayal, sometimes in the same breath. The Zetans can't predict us. That's why they keep studying. They're trying to find the pattern, the algorithm, the equation that explains human behavior, and they keep failing because there isn't one. We're fundamentally irrational. It drives them crazy. That's how we beat them. Sally figured it out. We didn't fight them with superior tactics or better weapons. We did the unexpected. We freed captives they thought were docile. We turned their own technology against them in ways they never anticipated. We formed alliances across centuries of human history that made no logical sense. A samurai from the 1600s, a cowboy from the 1800s, an astronaut from the 1960s, a child from the Great War, a slaver and a wastelander from 2277. We had nothing in common except our captivity. By any rational analysis, we should have turned on each other. Instead, we took their ship. We fought through the engineering core, destroyed their generators, spacewalked across the exterior hull while Earth hung below us, brown and scarred, and somehow still beautiful. We freed more captives, armed ourselves with their own weapons, pushed deeper into the ship. The aliens fought back hard, deployed their guardian drones, released the abominations, called in reinforcements through teleportation matrices, but they couldn't adapt fast enough, couldn't predict what we'd do next, couldn't comprehend how a group of primitives from different eras could coordinate so effectively. We reached the bridge, killed the captain, took control of the ship's weapons systems, and that's when the second mothership appeared, the unnamed twin, coming to reclaim Zeta. They opened fire immediately. Death ray against death ray. The void of space lit up with energy beams powerful enough to crack continents. We'd never used these weapons before, had no training, no experience. Sally was frantically reading alien controls while Soma tried to aim the death ray, and Elliot screamed about how we were all going to die. But we didn't. We destroyed them, blew that second mothership into fragments that scattered across orbit, watched through the view screen as their hull ruptured and their crew vented into space. Thousands of Zetans dead in seconds. We'd won. Against impossible odds, we'd actually won. If this story has kept you listening this far, and you want more of these dark confessions from the wasteland, hit that like button. It really motivates me to create similar Fallout lores. But winning the battle didn't mean we'd won the war. Zeta was damaged but functional. We'd destroyed the second mothership, but how many more were out there? How many other Zetan vessels orbit Earth, watching, waiting, studying? We'd captured one ship. They have an entire fleet. After the fighting stopped, Sally and Elliot managed to activate a teleportation beacon, dropped it near the crash site of Recon Craft Theta in the capital wasteland. It gave us a way back to Earth, a way home for those of us who still had a home to go back to. Soma left, said she had business to attend to in the wasteland, probably going back to her slaving operation, though she never said it outright. Soma left too, headed into the wastes looking for any trace of his wife, even though 200 years had passed and she was almost certainly dead. He didn't care, said he'd promise to find her, and a promise is a promise no matter how much time goes by. But Toshiro stayed, Elliot stayed, Sally stayed. They looked at the wasteland below through the view screen and realized they had nowhere to go. Toshiro's Japan had been gone for 400 years. The samurai class, the Oda clan he'd fought for, the entire Azuchi Momoyama period, all of it was ancient history. What was he going to do? Wander the capital wasteland in full armor, speaking a language nobody understood? Elliot had left behind a hospital job to serve at Anchorage. Everyone he'd ever known was dead. His country didn't exist anymore. The America he'd fought for had nuked itself into oblivion, and Sally, poor Sally, she'd been a child in 2077. Her parents, her friends, her entire world was 200 years gone. The wasteland below was more alien to her than the ship she'd lived on for 2 centuries. So they stayed aboard Zeta, made it their home. Sally said she'd keep monitoring the systems, make sure the ship stayed in orbit. Elliot started stockpiling weapons, salvaging alien technology. Toshiro just stood at the viewport, staring down at Earth with his hand on his sword. I left. I had to. I needed to tell people what I'd learned. Needed to warn them about what's hanging over their heads. So I used the beacon, teleported back down to the wasteland, and started documenting everything. But here's what keeps me up at night. The Zetans have been watching since 1600. They watched the samurai era in Japan. They watched the American frontier expansion. They watched the space race. They watched the resource wars spiral into nuclear annihilation. They watched the bombs fall and the radiation spread and civilization collapse into the wasteland. And they did nothing. They have weapons that could glass the planet. Technology that makes our best pre-war science look primitive. They could have invaded any time in the last 400 years. Could have conquered us when we were fighting with swords. Could have taken over when we split the atom. Could have claimed Earth while we were killing ourselves with nuclear fire. But they chose to observe, chose to study, chose to wait. So what are they waiting for? I think I figured it out. I think I know what they want, and it's worse than invasion, worse than conquest, worse than anything we could have imagined. They're not waiting for us to reach a certain technology level. They're not waiting for our population to recover or decline. They're not waiting for the radiation to clear or the wasteland to bloom again. They're waiting for us to evolve. Think about it. The Zetans took samples from across 4 centuries: pre-industrial Japan, industrial age America, space age America, post-nuclear apocalypse. 4 distinct snapshots of human development. And what's the common thread? Pressure, conflict, adaptation. The Sengoku period in Japan was centuries of civil war. The American frontier was violent expansion and survival. The space race was Cold War competition pushing technological boundaries. And the wasteland? The wasteland is evolution accelerated, radiation forcing mutations, scarcity forcing adaptation, constant warfare forcing selection pressure. The Zetans aren't just studying us, they're cultivating us. They've been applying pressure for centuries, seeing how we respond. And the nuclear war, I don't think that was entirely our fault. I found something in the Zeta logs. A file dated October 22nd, 2077, the day before the Great War. It was encrypted, but Sally helped me crack it. Inside was a recording, a Zetan communication log. They knew the bombs were going to fall, knew exactly when, knew which silos would fire first, and they positioned their motherships in optimal observation orbits to record every detail of the nuclear exchange. They knew, and they didn't warn anyone, didn't intervene, didn't try to stop it. They let it happen because they wanted to see what came next. What comes after you irradiate an entire species? What mutations develop? What adaptations emerge? How does intelligence persist through catastrophic population collapse? These are the questions the Zetans wanted answered, and they got their data. 200 years of data. Ghouls who can survive radiation that would kill normal humans. Super mutants created by forced evolutionary virus. Wasteland humans adapting to survive on irradiated food and water. We're their experiment. The whole species, and the bombs were just another variable they introduced to see what would happen. But it gets worse. I found abduction logs from after the Great War. Zetans taking raiders, slavers, Brotherhood of Steel members, Enclave soldiers, sampling from different post-war factions, studying how human society reorganizes after collapse. They took super mutants and feral ghouls too, non-human results of human experimentation and radiation. All of it data, all of it samples. They're comparing us to ourselves. Pre-war humans versus post-war humans, baseline versus mutated, civilized versus wasteland. They're building a complete picture of human evolutionary potential under every condition they can create or observe. And you know what terrifies me? They're not done collecting data. The war happened 200 years ago. That's nothing on their timeline. They've been watching for 400 years. They're patient. They'll wait another 400 if they have to. Keep watching, keep abducting, keep studying, until we become what they're waiting for. I think the abominations are a clue. Those half-human, half-alien hybrids they created, their greatest triumph, they called it, but triumph toward what goal? Why would they want to combine human and Zetan genetics? Maybe they're not just studying us. Maybe they're trying to become us, or make us become them. Some kind of hybrid species that combines Zetan technology and logic with human adaptability and chaos. The best of both species merged into something new. That's what they're waiting for. The right moment to initiate full-scale hybridization. They've been testing it for years with individual subjects, creating those abominations, learning what works and what doesn't, refining the process. But they need more data, more samples, more time. They need us to evolve just a little bit further. That's why they haven't invaded. Invasion would disrupt the experiment, would introduce too many variables they couldn't control. Better to watch from orbit, better to take samples periodically, better to let us develop naturally with only subtle interventions to keep us on the right evolutionary path. The government knew some of this. Maybe not all of it, but enough. Enough to be terrified. That's why the cover-up was so absolute. It wasn't just about preventing panic. It was about hiding the fact that humanity wasn't in control of its own destiny, that we'd been laboratory subjects for centuries without knowing it. The Enclave tried to use the alien technology to level the playing field, reverse engineer their weapons, build their own advanced armor and aircraft, create a fighting force that could stand against an alien invasion if it came. But they were thinking too small. They thought the threat was military, conquest, invasion. They didn't understand that the Zetans don't want our planet. They want our genetics, our evolutionary potential, our ability to adapt and survive under conditions that would destroy other species. They want to harvest that and make it their own. I found evidence of other species aboard Zeta. Not human, not Zetan. stored in the deepest levels of the ship in cryopods we never accessed during the uprising. Aliens from other worlds, other experiments, other samples collected across the galaxy. We're not special to them. We're just one more data point in a study that spans solar systems. One more species being cultivated and observed and potentially harvested for useful traits. But here's the thing. We beat them once. A handful of humans from across history, working together, took their ship and destroyed their sister vessel. We did the impossible because we're human, and impossible is just another word for difficult. That has to scare them. It should scare them. They've been studying us for 400 years, and they still didn't see it coming, still didn't predict that we'd rise up, still didn't understand that you can't break the human spirit, no matter how much you try. Toshiro lost everything. 400 years stolen from him. His lord, his clan, his country, his entire world gone. But he didn't break. He picked up his sword and fought. Elliot watched his country destroy itself with nuclear fire. Everyone he knew dead. Everything he fought for meaningless. But he didn't break. He kept fighting. Sally spent 200 years as a prisoner, a child trapped in a nightmare that never ended. But she didn't break. She learned, adapted, survived. And when the chance came, she helped us take the ship. That's what the Zetans can't understand. That's what all their studying and sampling and data collection will never teach them. Humans don't give up. We don't surrender. We don't accept defeat, even when defeat is logical and rational and inevitable. We fight anyway. And that's why they're still watching instead of acting. They know if they invade, if they try to harvest us en masse, we'll resist. Some of us will survive. Some of us will adapt and will be stronger for it, more evolved, more dangerous. They're waiting for us to weaken ourselves first. Wait for another war, another collapse, another catastrophe that brings us to the brink of extinction. Then they'll make their move when we're too broken to fight back effectively. But they don't know the wasteland like I do. They don't understand what 200 years of radiation and violence and desperation have created. We're not weaker, we're harder, meaner, more ruthless. We've survived things that would have destroyed pre-war humanity. The wasteland isn't weakening us. It's forging us into something that can survive anything, even aliens. I've tried to tell people, tried to warn them, but who's going to believe me? A wastelander claiming aliens are orbiting Earth and conducting experiments on humanity? I sound like Query Verum. Like those crackpot conspiracy theorists the government silenced before the war, the Brotherhood of Steel has alien power cells in their armory. They know something's out there. The Enclave was studying alien specimens in Appalachia. They definitely knew, but neither faction is talking. Both are too busy fighting over the wasteland to worry about the threat hanging in orbit. And maybe that's exactly what the Zetans want. Keep us fighting each other, keep us distracted, keep us from organizing a unified defense against the real enemy. I still have the beacon. I can go back to Zeta anytime I want, check in with Sally and Elliot and Toshiro, maybe convince them to come down and help spread the word, maybe bring some of the alien technology we captured, prove that I'm not crazy. But I'm afraid if I go back up there, I won't come down again. Afraid I'll look out that viewport at the wasteland below and realize there's nothing left for me here either. Afraid I'll become like them, exiles from time living aboard a captured alien ship because we don't fit anywhere else. The wasteland doesn't need more survivors. It needs warriors. People willing to fight when the Zetans finally make their move. And that day is coming. I know it is. Every abduction brings them closer to whatever threshold they're waiting for. Every sample collected, every experiment completed, they're building towards something. And when they're ready, when they've gathered enough data and perfected their hybridization process and determined that humanity has evolved to the exact specifications they need, they're going to act. And we need to be ready. I've been documenting everything, writing it down, recording audio logs, collecting evidence, because when the Zetans make their move, humanity needs to know what we're facing, needs to understand that this isn't some random invasion. This is the culmination of 400 years of preparation, 400 years of study, 400 years of genetic sampling and evolutionary observation. They know everything about us, our strengths, our weaknesses, our history, our psychology. They've watched us at our best and our worst. They've seen us build civilizations and destroy them. They've recorded every adaptation, every mutation, every evolutionary leap we've made under pressure, and we know almost nothing about them. That's the asymmetry we're facing. That's why the cover-up was so dangerous. Every year the government hid the truth was another year the Zetans had to study us while we remained ignorant. Every silenced witness, every destroyed piece of evidence, every murdered conspiracy theorist was another advantage handed to an enemy that's been planning this for centuries. The Enclave thought they were being clever, thought they could reverse engineer alien technology and use it against them. But you can't out-tech a species that's been traveling between stars for who knows how long. You can't outplan an intelligence that thinks in centuries instead of election cycles. You can't outprepare an enemy that's been preparing since before your country existed. The only advantage we have is the one thing they can't predict: human unpredictability, human irrationality, human refusal to accept the inevitable. I've been tracking abduction patterns since I escaped Zeta, using pre-war records I've found in military facilities, cross-referencing with Brotherhood of Steel reports and Enclave files, and I've noticed something. The abductions are accelerating. In the 1600s, they took Toshiro, probably a handful of others from that era, though I only met him. In the 1960s, they took Hartigan. The abduction rate was slow, methodical, 1 or 2 subjects per generation. But in the 1970s, right before the war, the rate spiked. Elliot and his entire medical team, Giles Wollstonecroft from Vault-Tec, multiple people from sensitive government positions, a senator, someone from the White House. They were grabbing everyone they could who had access to classified information about America's survival plans. And after the war, the rate spiked again. Raiders, slavers, Brotherhood members, Enclave soldiers, wastelanders. They're taking samples from every post-war faction, every mutation, every adaptation, dozens of abductions per year instead of a handful per century. They're in the final phase of data collection. They're gathering everything they need before they make their move, and the rate is still increasing. Every month, I hear new reports, strange lights in the sky, people vanishing, entire caravans disappearing without a trace. The Flatwoods Monster. Sightings in Appalachia never stopped. Even after the war, even 200 years later, people see them in the woods. Zetan agents still operating on Earth's surface, still abducting, still collecting. How many people have they taken since I escaped Zeta? How many more samples do they need? What's the final number that triggers their invasion or hybridization or whatever they're planning? I wish I knew. I wish I'd found that information in their logs. But some files were too encrypted, too alien, too beyond my comprehension to crack. Sally might be able to access them. She's had 200 years to study their systems. But she's not down here to help. I'm alone with this knowledge, alone with the burden of knowing humanity's greatest threat and being unable to convince anyone it's real. The Brotherhood of Steel called me a lunatic when I tried to warn them, said I'd been exposed to too much radiation, suggested I was suffering from delusions. They have alien power cells in their armory, and they still won't admit the threat is real, won't even consider the possibility. The Enclave? I never got close enough to try. They shoot wastelanders on sight, and even if I could reach them, even if I could prove what I know, would they listen? Or would they just take my information and classify it, add it to their secret files, continue the cover-up that's been running for over a century? I tried telling people in settlements, Megaton, Rivet City, Tenpenny Tower, showed them the alien weapons I brought back from Zeta, the disintegrator, the atomizer, technology that doesn't exist anywhere on Earth, technology that proves everything I'm saying is true. Some people believed me, most didn't. A few tried to buy the weapons off me. Nobody wanted to think about the implications. Nobody wanted to accept that there's a threat in orbit we can't fight with conventional means. They'd rather focus on immediate dangers. Super mutants, raiders, radiation, the Enclave, real threats they can see and shoot. Telling them about aliens watching from space? That's too abstract, too terrifying, too big, so they ignore it, rationalize it away, convince themselves I'm crazy or lying or misunderstood what I saw. And the Zetans keep watching, keep waiting, keep collecting their samples. I've thought about going back up there, taking the fight to them. Zeta is still in orbit, still functional, still has weapons that could destroy the other motherships if we could learn to use them properly. Sally, Elliot, and Toshiro are still aboard. We could form a crew, learn the systems, hunt down every Zetan vessel in orbit, and destroy them before they can act. But that's probably exactly what they expect, probably what they're waiting for. The moment we become aggressive enough, technologically advanced enough, unified enough to pose a real threat, that's when they'll know we've reached the evolutionary stage they've been cultivating us toward. That's when they'll harvest us. It's a trap. The whole thing is a trap. If we do nothing, they keep studying us until they're ready. If we fight back, we prove we're ready. Either way, they win. Unless we can find a third option, something they haven't predicted, something impossible. That's very human. Of me, isn't it? Faced with an impossible situation, refusing to accept either option, searching for a third path that doesn't exist. The Zetans have probably seen this pattern in their data 1,000 times. Humans rejecting binary choices, humans creating alternatives out of sheer, stubborn refusal to accept reality. Maybe that's our strength. Maybe that's what they can't replicate or predict or control. Our absolute refusal to play by the rules of logic. I keep thinking about the abominations, those half-human, half-Zetan hybrids. The Zetans called them their greatest triumph, but they locked them in cells like dangerous animals, created them, and then feared them. Why? Because they're unpredictable, because they have human chaos mixed with Zetan intelligence, because they're exactly what the Zetans claim to want, and they're too dangerous to control. That's the flaw in their plan. They want to merge with us, take our evolutionary advantages for themselves, but those advantages are exactly the traits that make us impossible to control. Adaptability requires flexibility. Survival requires unpredictability. You can't have one without the other. If they succeed in creating a hybrid species, they won't be able to control it. It'll turn on them eventually. Human nature guarantees it. We don't accept authority well. We rebel, we fight, we refuse to stay in the boxes others create for us. The abominations proved that. They were supposed to be weapons, tools, controllable assets. Instead, they became liabilities. Dangerous, unpredictable, had to be locked away. That's what will happen on a species-wide scale if the Zetans try to hybridize humanity. They'll create something they can't control, something that will destroy them. Maybe that's the warning I should be spreading. Not fear of invasion, not warnings about alien threats, but hope. Hope that whatever the Zetans are planning, it'll backfire. It has to backfire. Because you can't control chaos. You can only observe it, study it, fear it. And the Zetans should be very, very afraid. I've started training. Not just combat training, strategic thinking, learning everything I can about pre-war military tactics, studying alien technology, preparing for the day when we'll need to fight back. Because that day is coming. I know it is. The abduction rate keeps accelerating. The Flatwoods, monster sightings keep increasing. The strange lights in the sky keep appearing. They're rushing now. Something changed. Some threshold was crossed. Some data point was reached that told them it's almost time. Maybe it was me. Maybe escaping Zeta and destroying their sister ship was the trigger. Proof that humans had evolved to the point where even individual wastelanders could pose a threat to their operations. Proof that we'd reached the stage they've been waiting for. If that's true, then I started this. I triggered the countdown, and I need to be the one to stop it. I'm going back to Zeta. Not to hide, not to exile myself from time like the others, but to learn, to study their technology, to find their weaknesses, to prepare for the war that's coming. Sally can teach me their systems. Elliot can help me understand their weapons. Toshiro can train me in combat disciplines that have survived 400 years because they work. Together, we can figure out how to fight them, how to win, and then I'm coming back down, and I'm going to convince the Brotherhood, the Enclave, every faction in the wasteland that we need to unite, need to prepare, need to be ready for the day. When the Zetans stop watching and start acting, because that day is coming. Soon, I can feel it. Every abduction brings it closer. Every sample collected, every experiment completed. They're in the final stages of whatever they're planning. And when they're ready, when they finally make their move, humanity needs to be ready too. We've survived nuclear fire, survived radiation that should have killed us, survived 200 years of wasteland warfare and mutation and desperation. We're harder than we've ever been, stronger, more adaptable, more dangerous. The Zetans think they've been cultivating us, guiding our evolution, preparing us for harvest, but they've made a mistake. They've been breeding survivors, warriors, people who refuse to give up no matter how hopeless the situation looks. And now they're going to reap what they've sown. 400 years they've been watching. 400 years they've been waiting. 400 years they've been studying human nature and still not understanding the fundamental truth about our species. We don't stay down. We don't accept defeat. We don't surrender. We fight back. And when the Zetans finally come for us, when they descend from orbit with their hybridization plans and their genetic harvest and their 400 years of preparation, they're going to learn what the wasteland has known for 200 years. Humanity is the most dangerous thing in the universe, not because of our technology, not because of our intelligence, but because we refuse to die. We refuse to be controlled. We refuse to accept that anything is impossible. The Zetans wanted to study evolution under pressure. Well, they've created the perfect laboratory. 200 years of nuclear wasteland, radiation, mutation, warfare, desperation. We've evolved all right into something that can survive anything, even aliens. I'm going back up there tomorrow, taking the beacon to Zeta, learning everything I can, and then I'm coming back down to prepare for war, the real war, not Brotherhood versus Enclave, not humans versus super mutants, but Earth versus the threat that's been hanging over our heads for 400 years. They've been watching since 1600. They watched us destroy ourselves, and someday soon they're going to stop watching and start acting. I want to be ready. I want humanity to be ready. I want to look up at those motherships in orbit and know that we have a fighting chance. Because if we don't fight, if we don't resist, if we don't refuse to accept the fate they've planned for us, then 400 years of human history, 400 years of survival and adaptation, evolution, all of it will have been for nothing. Will just be another sample in their collection, another experiment completed, another species harvested and forgotten. I won't accept that. I can't accept that. The wasteland taught me to survive. Zeta taught me what we're up against, and now I'm going to teach the wasteland how to fight back. They've been watching since 1600. They watched us destroy ourselves, and when they finally make their move, they're going to learn what happens when you push humanity too far. We push back. If this confession meant something to you, leave a like. It's the only way I know you liked the video. The Zetans are still up there, still watching, still waiting, but their time is running out, and ours is just beginning.